Help. It's late in the morning, and still dark outside. I can hear the tornado sirens in the next county over, but the weather radar is clear. Where is the sun?
This afternoon, panic is taking hold on the nation in response to the sudden disappearance of the sun, with violent riots taking place in just about every major city. We are receiving an influx of reports of ransacking and looting from New York, Chicago, Los Angeles, Dallas, and Washington, D.C., with hundreds more isolated incidents coming in hourly. The president made a public statement this morning urging people to remain calm and stay in their homes. Meanwhile, experts are claiming this phenomenon to be an event similar to New England's Dark Day in 1780, and that things will return back to normal.
The power keeps going out, and I keep hearing noises outside, sometimes far away, sometimes close. I can't sleep. I think the noises outside are gunshots. It is still dark. The news said it would be back to normal by now, but it isn't. Now the news isn't even coming in. TV signal is gone. The noises keep happening outside, and I can barely keep track of the time anymore. I'm honest to God terrified. I'm so tempted to go outside. Should I? I went outside. I saw something out there I can't really explain, but I can show you. I looked for stars or planets as you all suggested. The sky was absolutely pitch black. Could be because of clouds or something else. Still shaken from the short time I was outside, I don't know what that flashing light was, but it was following me. Day 3. Still no sign of daylight. It is getting colder. A person just ran by on my street. 2 of the same flashing lights I saw yesterday were following him. They were gone by the time I got my phone out to record. Sorry everyone, reception went out yesterday. I was worried it wouldn't come back on. No signs of activity outside. Come to think of it, it has been a while since I heard a gunshot. Something just flew over my house. I couldn't see it, too dark outside, but a wave of heat just came over me. Feels like the temperature increased by like 10 or 15 degrees. Just compared the sound of this video to the sound of the helicopter footage I posted a few days ago. Whatever this was, it was definitely not a helicopter. Oh, thank God! One of my friends is still alive. He just texted me. Dude, please tell me you were still alive. Yes, I'm alive. Where the hell have you been? Why did it take you this long to reach me after I called you like 40 times? I'm sorry, but my phone was died and I was just now able to start charging it. You're still at your house, right? Yes. Okay, good. I'm still a 2 days drive away, but I'm coming to you. I'm not really sure if that is a good idea or not. Why? What have you seen? LOL, dude, you have no fucking idea. Now we have another problem. This guy has been standing completely still with his back towards me. I have no idea how long he's been standing there. He's still standing there. Hasn't moved. Get away from the window. Keep all lights off. Do not talk to them or let them in. And if you see any flashing lights, hide. Whoever was standing outside is gone now. Shit! To those of you asking, I'm doing alright, hiding in my room and waiting this out. I haven't heard any more knocking, but I don't want to get anywhere near the front door to check. And don't worry, I have a way to defend myself if worse comes to worst. If anyone knows anything about what is going on, please message me. 911 and other emergency lines are not responding, and the only radio I have is out in the car, so I'm trying to gather as much information online as I can. Hey, brother. I'm from British Columbia. I don't know much, but I do know that you should never look into the red light. Ever. If you do, you become like the guy who was at your door. I don't get it. It's sunny where I am. To be completely honest, I have no idea how to explain this. So, I have good news and bad news. Uh-oh. Good news is I'm closer to you now. Bad news is I'm out of fuel. There are no active gas stations anywhere close to me. All of the power is down, and all of the gas stations nearby are electric gas pumps. Oh no. Not good. How far away are you? Prob still 8 or 9 hours away. He isn't even that close. I'm really conflicted. Some of you say I should go, some of you say I should stay. What should I do? Someone is screaming outside. I am really not sure about leaving now. After hearing that, traveling at all seems like a terrible idea. Well, if you were thinking of driving 8 hours before, I think your answer is quite clear now. Clearly you need to stay where you are. Forget about leaving your friend, though should try to make it to you since he's already out and about. Ask him how he's avoiding detection. How are you avoiding detection? I'm just staying in the car. It's locked and off at the moment. After I catch a few winks, I'm going to try to take a look around. Alright, stay safe. Always, bud. You too. It's been really quiet today. I noticed it warmed up after that thing flew over my house again last night. This was only the second time. Don't worry about me, dude. I'll find a way to get to you eventually. I walked around for a couple of hours and haven't seen anyone, human or otherwise, on the highway. So I'm pretty sure I'll be safe here while I figure out what to do. Do you have enough food and supplies? Yeah, I have enough even if I'm stranded here for a while. Don't worry about me, worry about yourself. I'm really surprised the power has stayed on for this long. Only a few outages here and there. But I'm still extremely paranoid that it will go out permanently any time now. You all have been bringing up the solar lights outside. They actually aren't solar. I have them on a timer outside and I can't turn them off without leaving the house. I feel exhausted all the time now. I think my internal clock is completely screwed up. I can see a faint light outside my bedroom window. Going downstairs to check it out. I cannot fucking believe I'm still alive. You didn't look directly into the red light, right? Yes. You are absolutely sure? Yeah, I'm sure. What street did both of us live on when we were kids? Why? Answer the question. Fraser Road. Okay. We're good. Damn it, don't scare me like that. Beware of headlight. I was looking around and just found this. No earthly idea what it means. Sometimes I feel like I have a good handle on this whole situation and I'm thinking rationally and logically. But other times I feel like bawling. Day 9. Sorry about that tweet last night. What happened at the window got to me a bit. Anyway, I'm currently in touch with a couple of people with some experience and some info on what's going on. Details soon. So, to give you some background, my name is Tucker. I live in Virginia. I was working a night shift when all this shenanigans went down. Just about to clock out for the day when I realized that the sun wasn't up like it normally was when I clocked out. I kinda shrugged it off at first, but after a few hours I was getting really worried. I live close to a relatively large city, so you can imagine what I had to go through when the riots started. Long story short, when I was heading out of town to get away from this mess, I met this guy named Flynn who was talking about these things that hunt people down. At this point, I didn't believe him, but I started to notice that the crowds and traffic congestion on highways started slowly dissipating. Before you know it, the roads were completely empty. Terrifying shit. Flynn and I started traveling together after that. We'd been finding dark places to hide, enough food and water to stay alive. We were doing pretty good for the first week. But then, just a few days ago, he came back inside after taking a leak and started losing it. Kept going on and on, just talking nonsense. It went on for days, and I was worried that all the stress from the situation got to him. But one day, it all stopped, and he wouldn't speak, wouldn't even acknowledge me. He just stood like a statue for probably a full 12 hours. Then he attacked me out of nowhere. I tried to keep him away, but he just wouldn't stop. I had to stop him. There was nothing else I could do. Anyway, I've been living on my own for the past couple of days. It's been tough, but thankfully I found an area with power and internet, which is why I can talk to you. Thank you for sharing your story. I'm sorry to hear about Flynn. Please share my story. I want people to know about what happened. Of course. While I've been trying to collect info online, I completely forgot to check in on Danyon yesterday. He still hasn't responded to any of my texts. I'm hearing noises outside again. I swear to God, it sounds like someone is banging on my door, but there's no way in hell I'm going downstairs to check. It got in. I don't know how, but it got in. I'm hiding. I'm sorry if I'm gone for a while. I have to stay hidden and keep my phone off. It produces light. I am so sorry. Stay hidden, man, but please let us know as soon as you're safe. He's refused to tell me his name or his location yet. All I know is that he said his state is close to Virginia. Sorry if this is premature, but your buddy who, went insane? What nonsense did he say? I'd rather not talk about it. I found a place to hunker down for a while. Plenty of food, water, and power. I hate to do this, but does, at look into the light, sound like the nonsense your friend was saying? We think it may be Danyon, the sun-vanished friend who stopped responding. I don't want it to be true, but you're our only source of information for now. They are not like anything Flynn was saying at all. Don't give this person the time of day. I found his Twitter when looking for people online who were dealing with the same situation I am, so I made this account to reach out to him. It's global, but the majority of people are without power and therefore internet. Even more of a majority aren't themselves anymore. That's why news, government, everything stopped. We are the lucky few. It's finally gone. I think I'm safe now. I didn't stick around to get a good look, but they're big, and they can move fast as hell when they want to. I have no idea how, but the front door is unlocked and wide open. The alarm never came on either. I guess it got reset during one of the blackouts. Some good news for once. Danyon is back. Before you all ask, he seems to be in his right mind. I need to get serious about securing my house. It's primitive, I know, but it's a first step, and apparently more reliable than my alarm system. Let me know if you all have other ideas to keep my house secure. It's getting colder again. I'm running low on food and water. I feel like I could sleep for a week. I found a car with a decent amount of gas in the tank. All I need is a siphon. Don't worry, bud. I'll be there soon. Yeah, I've got plenty of food and water where I am. Plus, I know where to get more. I wish I could help TSV. I have a confession to make. I've been keeping something from you all. Over the course of the last week, I've been increasingly paranoid about someone or something coming into my house while I'm sleeping. And I don't think it's one of those lights. It feels different. I can't explain it, but I can sense it. And last night, after I put cans on door handles, I've been waking up to clanging sounds. But I'm not certain if it's real or just my imagination. So, now it's time to put my paranoia to the test. If the flower is disturbed, we will know. The person from British Columbia who messaged me earlier just sent me this. I had a nightmare about that picture. Just woke up to more screaming outside. The screaming isn't like last time. Very sporadic. I can't tell where it's coming from. The flower is untouched. I keep trying to record the screaming when I hear it, but the microphone isn't picking it up. I think the screaming is coming from the neighbor's house. Yeah, my parents and sister are staying together. They're on the West Coast, but seem to be doing fine. I check in on them regularly. Just curious, what year did we graduate high school? LOL, what? Never mind. This has been on my mind lately. I know you all don't trust Danyon. I've been reading your tweets and messages, but I just can't bring myself to confront him. He's my friend. I don't have an abundance of those right now. The person who sent me the picture a few nights ago hasn't responded. The flower test hasn't worked yet. The reoccurring screaming outside? I'm about ready to snap. I'm a couple hours away now. What's your address again? I can't believe I'm doing this. Should I trust Danyon? Dude, where are you? I've been waiting. Answer my question. What year did we graduate high school? Bud, we don't have time for this. Answer my question. Answer my question. Are you okay? I'm fine. I'm sorry to say this, but I'm not sure I trust you. Likewise. Well, I guess that's it then. Since you all won't stop DMing me about updates, here's updates for you. I haven't slept since the screaming, ran out of bottled water days ago, been drinking from the faucet, very close to running out of food too, and I hope losing my only close friend will be worth it. Happy? That guy has been pretty suspicious, but I don't know. Honestly, TSV is acting worse than Danyon is. I'm pretty worried. I just woke up and came downstairs to this. Oh my god. I don't know if it's Danyon. I don't know if it's someone else, but I don't plan on sticking around to find out. It's not safe here anymore. I'm packing up and I'm leaving. It's been in the back of my mind for a while, but I'm heading out to the neighbor's house where I've been hearing the screaming. Wish me luck. I'm staying low and staying away from streetlights and other light sources, using my flashlight sparingly. This is where I heard the screaming. I'm sure of it.
Hello? Hello?
I found fresh food and water here. Checked every room to be sure I'm alone. It's not just in my head. I know I heard screaming. It was ongoing. And I'm glad I came to investigate because now I have food, water, and a safer place to stay. There have been no signs of activity outside whatsoever. I don't know what's happening exactly, but something's changed. There's a lot more activity outside than I have ever seen before. I've been taking a break from the internet for a bit, trying to recuperate myself. My mind is much clearer now than it was before. I don't know what the catalyst was, but something changed when I left my home. It's been getting worse. I don't have any windows for obvious reasons, but I can hear it all. I can see a blue light from the crack under my door. What's going on at the Mad Joy? Please message me. I think I discovered something interesting. I need to do an experiment to make sure. Details soon. The glass of water is from the neighbor's house I've been staying at. The bottle is from my house about a week ago. Is it just me? Or is the water from my house darker? I feel terrible for what I did and said to Danyon. It's too quiet. I don't like this. I was walking past the coffee table and I noticed this sticking out from under a couple of magazines. I'm gonna hang on to this. Makes me wonder if there's anything else around the house. Notes, papers, anything. I'm gonna check and poke around. Found nothing yet, and still no response from Danyon or Tucker. I feel so isolated. FYI, it is sort of a sensitive subject, but I don't have any family to contact. So you all can stop asking. Guys, Danyon is still alive. He just texted me. Listen, I know you don't trust me, and I don't trust you. But if you're still you, you have to get low. Get out of sight, whatever it takes. I've taken Danyon's advice, but I haven't seen or heard anything yet. Still deathly quiet. Whatever flew over my house before is back, but this time it isn't leaving. This thing is making sounds I've never heard before. The vibrations are shaking the house. couldn't see anything out the window, but I quickly snapped a few pictures just in case before taking cover. I can't believe what I'm looking at. Day 30. It's still there, still making noise. I've locked myself in the bathroom, where there's no windows, trying and failing to sleep. I just woke up to this. I just heard yelling, but this time it sounded like the person was in agony. It's just quiet now. The blue light is still here. The blue light finally disappeared, and that thing flew off and left. Should I leave the bathroom now, or stay put for a little while longer? I left the bathroom. I'm trying my best to stay calm as I type this, but I think there's a dead body in the middle of the street. There's no way I'm taking a picture of a dead body. This is too gruesome. I'm just going to try to avoid it. To take my mind off of what is outside, I dug deeper into the piles of books and papers scattered around the house, and I found something intriguing. I regret my decision to stay. It has gotten incredibly lonely, and I have come to terms with the fact that I may never see Martha or my grandkids again. I pray to God that they, at the very least, are safer than I am. I have no real caution or regard for my own life anymore. I can only hope that what I gather from my near-suicidal experiments can be useful to someone else at a later date. I either die and be at peace, or I get more information. Both outcomes sound favorable. Experiment notes. I placed several flashlights around the perimeter of the house, testing them at different intensities, the control being no light at all. I believe the entities are more attracted to the flashlights than myself. Why? I got back inside before any permanent damage was done. Experiment notes. Blue lights appeared after day 6 in the dark. Significance? Light sources do not seem to attract their presence. Unlike the entities producing white/red flashing lights, the blue lights are higher in elevation and also seem to come from a different entity altogether. I believe the blue lights may also be more likely to more in unison. However, there is no way to know for certain until they return. If they return at all. It finally happened. I was being reckless, and I looked into the lights. The red light. I feel empty inside. The sun is back. Yes, the sun is still gone. I've no clue what this journal is talking about. Seems like the same talking nonsense Tucker was talking about with his friend Flynn. I am alive. Sorry I was gone so long. Power went out where I was, so I've relocated. Trying to slowly work my way towards the west coast, so my reception is a bit spotty. I saw the picture you took with the thing in the sky. If you ever see one of those again, get as low as you can. And if you see the blue light, do not let it shine on you. I'm so glad to hear from you. Are you okay? Danyon texted me saying to stay low too. Yeah, I've been doing okay considering what I've been through. Why should I not let the blue light shine on me? What happened that makes you say that? Well, when I got out, I saw someone running away. And when the blue light shined on them, they... well, suffice it to say, it wasn't pretty. Just past the Virginia state line, hoping my family will be okay. They said they haven't seen anything out of the ordinary. The body's just gone. Didn't see what happened to it, but it's not in the street anymore. I took a chance and decided to drive through Indianapolis. That was a mistake. Crawling with headlights. The water from this house is dark now. Thankfully, I filled up my bottles with clean water, but I won't be able to stay here much longer after I run out. Danyon, I'm sorry for what I did. Please respond. 20 hours later, still no response. Been hiding out waiting for the roads to clear, slowly making progress. Thankfully, there's been no activity to take note of. I'm worried about Tucker, though. Guys, someone is at the window. It's too dark to make out anything. I just hear frantic knocking. It could be Danyon, or it couldn't be. I guess there's only one way to find out. They're still there at the window. I don't know what to do. The person is still standing at the window, but they aren't making noise anymore. Oh god, never mind. They're banging on the window now. I think with their head? They're in the house now. They're looking for me. Been hiding for 20 hours. I think they're gone. I need to check the house first. Where should I check first? I'm heading upstairs. The person has definitely been up here. They're still there upstairs. Just snap this before getting out of there. Staying low. Staying safe. She seems to be in a trance. She was trying to track me down before, but now, even if I'm right in front of her, she doesn't react. I don't think she's a threat anymore. I locked her in the room where she's standing. Holy shit. I woke up to find the door busted open. Oh god. She's here. After the car horn, I heard a gunshot. I found your Twitter. Is that you honking outside? And the gunshot? Yep. So we have the same problem as we had before. Can I trust you? At your 11th birthday party, I gave you a Batman Lego set. Is that good enough? Grab your stuff. Let's go. Now I'm finally back. There's so much that I have to catch you all up on. You won't believe what I've seen. After the last video I tweeted, Danyon and I drove a ways into the boonies to stay away from where all the activity is in town. He brought camping gear, so we've stayed in a tent out in the woods for the last couple weeks. It wasn't long before we were out of range from any cell towers, but I made sure to still document anything significant. On our way out of town, we noticed what looked to be a star in the sky. But almost as soon as I pulled my phone out, the star disappeared. Once we got far away enough where we couldn't see the city lights anymore, we set up camp. It was actually sort of peaceful for a bit, and it gave Danyon and I plenty of time to catch up. But unfortunately, there was some rising conflict between us. Danyon isn't a fan of me broadcasting my situation to the internet. He thinks it's dangerous. My philosophy is that I have a chance to reach other people who might be in the same situation as I am. But suffice to say, he hasn't been in a hurry to get back to reception. At this point, we had been arguing for days on what to do next, until our decision was made for us. The storm rolled in, and we saw this. So, with the activity getting closer to our campsite, I finally convinced Danyon for us to pack up and drive towards the closest cell tower. Do I trust Danyon? Yes. Do I trust his judgment? I'm not so sure. We've been camping out next to the cell tower. Danyon took the car and left a few hours ago to find more fuel to siphon. While Danyon is gone, I'm free to answer any questions you all have. How close is the activity to your campsite? I haven't seen anything yet, thankfully. Fingers crossed. Hey, TSV, I'm Nat. I've survived 2 months now thanks to the info you've accumulated and shown us. I owe you. I want to make Guide for Survival, pick up where the news outlets left off. I've been trying to collect anything I can from other survivors out there and was wondering if you have any tips. Without knowing your situation, all I can say is to stay low. If you're inside, stay away from windows and doors. Good luck to you in your survival guide. Did you see that thing in the sky again? No, not since the video I posted a few days ago. Why do you think the sun went out? I honestly have no clue. There's a lot of speculation and theories floating around, but I'm more focused on staying alive and out of trouble. Aren't you even a little bit curious? There's so much going on and so little explanation. Somebody has to be the truth seeker. I have a piece of advice. A little obvious, but useful in case no one knows. If you hear a shuddering sound and flashing lights, get on the ground and do not move. If you think you have time, hide in a room with no windows, or if you're outside, hide on the ground or in a ditch. I hope this info is worth something. Hey, it's weird to think there's others of you out here. I'm experiencing this in Georgia, but the cell towers have been out for a long time. So I never thought to contact anyone else. The situation is bad here as well. I've kept decently safe around my house. I was a pretty paranoid person to begin with, so everything was locked up, and I rarely went outside. I was with my brother, until the supplies started to run out. He went out there with an old radio we had. I had contact with him for a while, and, well, I haven't seen him or heard from him in about a week. I'm worried, but knowing him, he might be fine. My parents live near, but just before this happened, my mom went to New Zealand to visit her family. I just hope it's safe over there and that I can contact them soon since the cell signal is back up. Sorry for this being so long, but it's nice to see people out there. I was worried there wasn't anyone left. That's my story at least, but I can't shake the feeling like something is behind all this, and it's closer to home than we think. Forget the world you know. Forget economy, religion, gender, and the barriers we have built for each other in the sun. If you want to survive, you will have to do whatever it takes, even the things you would not have done months ago. Stay away from them and away from the lights. Hey, good to see there are others like me out there, surviving and staying hidden. I've been at my folks' camp in upstate New York for some time now, managing to live off canned goods they keep here. They weren't home when I made it to their house, and I haven't been able to get a hold of them since it got dark. As a matter of fact, I haven't seen or heard any of the handful of locals that live in this area. It's almost like everyone vanished. I thought I heard gunshots back in June one night, but I was sleeping when the noise started, so I'm not too sure. Tried contacting @thesunvanished after I got this Twitter account working, but I'm not sure if they got the message. I got no response. Next time I hear those weird angry washing machine noises outside the RV, I'll try to get some video. I don't understand. How can all these people on Twitter still be seeing the sun if we can't? What the hell is going on? Don't know how much longer I can stay here. I'm almost out of food and water. Might have to go into town and have a look around. It's creepy as hell. I drove through the night this all started and haven't been back through since. I'll see if I can post pics of what I find. Tried plenty of stations, but I haven't been able to get a whole lot on my radio. Maybe there's still people broadcasting out there? I just woke up and Danyon is still gone. Heyo, sorry if this message sends later than it should. Cell towers in Georgetown shorted out a few weeks back. Haven't been able to get into contact with anyone since. Word of advice. Don't go onto the 113 if you're in Delaware. It's an impractical death sentence. And for the love of God, do not go to any military base within your area. Try going to the Coast Guard station just outside of Georgetown. It ain't a pretty sight through there. That's really all I had to say. I'll keep you posted if any other exploits or warnings come up. It might be common knowledge, but I don't think it hurts to note that I'm 100% certain different colored objects have different behaviors. Red ones are more aggressive, and the only blue lights I've ever seen have looked like they were way further up than the others. Where are you? No response in close to 12 hours. Hello, Nat. I saw you from At the Sun Vanished, and I thought it would be helpful to talk to you. I live in Utah, in a pretty rural area with farms and stuff. I am a teenager. I used to live with my parents a bit, and they went out looking for supplies about a week and a half ago. So now I don't have anybody. I didn't have a lot of friends in the first place, but now I don't have any, and it's getting pretty lonely out here. You didn't see people often before, but now you don't see anybody. In the beginning, I heard a couple gunshots, but they stopped soon. Now all I hear is weird noises sometimes. My dad was a trucker, so we have a pretty big radio. The only thing I heard was keep low and stay away from the lights. Most importantly, don't let anyone in unless they have proof of their sanity. And I haven't heard anything since. Right now I'm locked in my room, and there is someone outside of my door walking around the house. I'm running out of supplies, and I think I need to get out of here. I'm just waiting for the right time. I just hope that people like me and you can outlive this. I'm stuck here with no car, no gun, just a tent and the essentials. Hey Nat, my name's Bo. I'm an air traffic controller at MacDill Air Force Base here in Florida. Only about 40 of us are left. Currently we're hiding in a small bunker outside the main base. I just wanted to share the transmissions from other military installations in the United States government we've been able to receive. It didn't take the military that long to realize that firearms were not very effective against these things. The darkness made it especially hard for us to fight them before it was too late. The government was crippled in a matter of days, and the last thing we heard from the White House was that the president was being transported to a safe location. We lost contact with Fort Benning a week ago, and without them we are completely in the dark about what's going on. We've managed to stay hidden, but people are getting restless, and because of that, I don't see us lasting much longer. If MacDill fell, chances are almost every other base in the US has too. In my opinion, I think we're on our own for now. The one piece of advice I think I can share with you is to remember that everything we do from now on is dangerous. Don't move if you don't have to, and always stay on your guard, because chances are you're being watched. I'll try to keep in touch. God bless you and stay safe. I only have 38 hours of battery left, if Danyon doesn't come back with the car. Hello, Nat. Name's Burak. I live in Izmir, Turkey, and I have a few tips for you to post in your survival guide. Here's the first thing. I found a military base and decided to sneak in. I went in the time you didn't say anything about it. There were warnings, energy, and food. I went to check it out. Here's what happened. First off, in the base there were multiple red lights. I could hear them. The Turkish army's water supply is extremely dark. Haven't seen any men, but my experience was traumatizing. Guys, we have a new problem. I can't see anything, but I can hear someone walking around my tent. Oh God, never mind. Now I can see. This one is different from the others. It's just wandering aimlessly and flickering at random intervals. You should go investigate it. Seems like it's malfunctioning or something. This would be the perfect chance to get a good look at what we are up against. I'm fighting the urge to go check it out. I know it's too risky, but I've only 5 hours of battery left. Not a single sign of Danyon returning, and not much else to lose. Hey, not sure if anyone will see this. I'm Charles from the Chicago area. I've been hiding out up near Lake County and made my way to the city. I've had nasty run-ins with the lights, but just made it. I'm currently hiding inside the O'Hare Airport. If anyone could send some backup or a team or something, it will be appreciated greatly. However, the lights are patrolling the property, so you have to be careful. I've been moving around the airport. Warning, if you hear footsteps, do not approach. Hide and wait to see if they're human. Signs of life include breathing, consistent movement, and intelligible speech. I'm leaving the tent to investigate outside. Quickly snapped this photo and got the hell out of there. I followed it into the crops to get a good look at it. The crops are about 6 to 7 feet high, so that gives you a good idea of how much taller it was. Less than 2 hours of battery left. I'm powering down my phone for now. Wish me luck. I hope to hear from you again. Hey there, Nat. My name's James, and I live in the Midwest in a pretty small town. I've been on my own without contact from friends or family for the past 2 weeks or so, and I've only left my bedroom, which is located in my apartment, twice to go get all the food and water I possibly can. There's been several points where I could see those lights, mostly just flashing through my bedroom window and nothing else. Thing is, I have no idea what to do when resources run out. I suppose I could go about it like TSV and escape to somewhere safer. Speaking of which, has there been any news on government institutions, mainly things like FEMA shelters or the military? I'm sorry for all of this rambling. I've needed to talk to someone for weeks. Yeah. Anyways, just stay safe. I hope for the best for everyone in this disaster. Hey everyone. Sorry it's been so long. Before you ask, no, I'm not really okay. The trek to the West Coast was unsuccessful. I couldn't get through Indianapolis. I haven't heard from my family. I haven't heard from my family. Just caught up on TSV's situation. Wow. I don't trust Danyon or TSV at all. At all. They're both very suspicious. TSV isn't safe. I'm not safe. Nobody is safe. You cannot trust anyone except for yourself. Save yourself. Hello there. I'm in a suburban area in Wisconsin. I'm currently alone and have snuck over to the outskirts of the nearby city. It seems like there are more strobes in the more densely populated areas like cities. My advice is to just sneak into other nearby homes to look for supplies instead of higher risk areas. Hey Nat, my name's Chris. My girlfriend and me are dealing also with this situation. We are located in Germany. We have found shelter in an old abandoned bunker from World War II. We feel safe for now. We've lost contact with our relatives about 2 weeks ago. Sounds and light attracts these things. A lot of people in our little town we were living are like mindless now. Water is dark and it seems it causes hallucinations. And I also have something to share. Military ain't a good idea. Firstly, we tried to go to the police station, but it was empty. Then we went to a military base. We heard gunshots and there were dozens of red lights and hundreds of those mindless people going all crazy. We left as far as we could. And one thing more. Stay away from animals too. We saw a boar. It was staying on the same place for about 10 minutes. It's ridiculous, I know. But we doesn't had any food left, so I decided to kill it. Well, I tried. As I took my gun out, it turned around, stared at me, and attacked me. We escaped, but I think this boar was infected with whatever those lights do. Because a few hours later, the forest was full of animals and those mindless people. I guess they're somehow connected to each other. Now we are hiding in that bunker. Only 8 rounds left. 6 MREs and 3 bottles of water. Outside are dozens of them. If they don't go, I don't know what to do. Don't be dumb. Stay. Whatever it costs. I miss my family. Hello, Nat. It's James again. My situation has been getting steadily worse since that first message I sent you. More lights seem to be... I don't know, is patrolling the right word? They seem to act intelligently. Something probably already known by you, but whatever. And sentiently. I've also seen more of those weird ships. I call them origami ships. They periodically float above my neighborhood every 2 or so days. I guess trying to scope out for more survivors. I might try to make a beeline for it towards my car. I'll update you if that happens. Hey Nat, the name's Steve Baltimore. This is my first time gaining access to the internet in who knows how long ever since the sun first disappeared. So I've decided to give you my experience and advice dealing with this dilemma before I eventually lose access again, or die. To save time, I'll shorten it. I live in a neighborhood in the southern part of the Piedmont area of North Carolina. A group of friends and I have survived for around a few months or so. Timekeeping is not our priority. Having connections are important. In these times, having people you can trust at your side is great for your mentality. As for the rest of our neighborhood's residents, their homes went silent around a week after the sun disappeared. We've explored the neighborhood we are in, only to find nobody. Though we still stay at my house for now. Anyhow, I'll try to get back to you soon with better details. The connection is getting worse as I type. Thank you for listening. Should I try to message Tucker and interview him? Tucker, are you online? Yes. Can I help you? I wanted to ask you a few questions. Were you able to get back to Virginia? Yeah, back where I started. I see. Why do you repeat certain words and phrases? Excuse me? You've been repeating certain words and phrases in your tweets and messages. Usually a sign of drinking contaminated water? I'm fine. It isn't that big of a problem. Okay, well, what about your family? What happened to them? We are not talking about that. If you mention that again, I will block you. I will block you. Okay. Have you seen what the strobe/headlights look like? Kinda. I've been able to make out a silhouette of one of them. What did it look like? It kinda had the shape of a person, but definitely didn't move like a person. Can you elaborate? What did it move like? I don't know. Not normal. If it has the shape of a person, did you see its head? I don't know. Did it chase after you? How tall was it? I don't know. How did you get away? I don't fucking know. When you're in the moment, fight or flight, you aren't thinking about this shit. You don't notice details, you just have to stay alive. I'm sorry, but we just want to know what's going on. Nat, have you ever been in a situation like I have? Have you ever had to run like your life depends on it? Because if you had, you'd understand how difficult it is to recall things. When you're in situations like that, all you care about is one thing: survival. You're right. I haven't been through something like that. Nat, how old are you? 14. I get it. You're young and eager to obtain information because you have no idea what's really out there. But I promise you, if you experience things for yourself, you'd have a very different set of priorities. Where have you been staying this whole time? In your house? Yeah. So cut me some slack, because you haven't been through what I have. Listen, just give me some time. I'll come to you when I jog my memory about what I've seen, okay? Okay. I'm back. It's been a long time, but I'm back. I don't have much time. Extremely low battery, but there's a car close by. I can see it. From what I can tell, the car door is open and dinging, meaning the keys are still in the ignition. Oh god, it's warm here. This is a hot spot, but it's my one ticket to getting my phone charged and getting away from here. I have to get to a colder location. I promise I'll explain everything. Alright, I'm not in a cold spot yet, but where I am will do for now. The ships have certain identifiable flight patterns. You could tell where they tread often by the temperature of the area. Hot spots. Where they don't go as often is much more safe cold spots. After I powered off my phone to save the last little bit of battery juice, some followers of the Twitter account figured out where I was and came to rescue me. They brought me to their shelter and had food and clean water, so I decided to live with them for about 2 months. Then I think the flight patterns changed, and we got found out. And they didn't make it. That's why I've had to learn how to evade the ships on my own over the last few weeks or so. Finally found a good cold spot. There's something that I've been avoiding talking about. When Danyon left, he said he would come back, but he never did. He basically left me for dead out there in the woods. I didn't really say anything here, but I was so angry at him. I couldn't believe I trusted him. But when I turned my phone back on, I got a flood of texts from him. Hey bud, you haven't answered any of my calls, so I don't really know if you're going to get this or not. I just wanted to say I'm sorry. The way I treated you, even the few times where my mind was actually clear, wasn't fair to you. I shouldn't have left you there. I was scared and I was confused and I didn't know what else to do. Because of what I know, I got in trouble with some people. They're threatening to kill me if I don't tell them what they want to know. Do you remember when we used to be close? Before moving away and starting our own lives? We were happy. I know it's something everyone says. Those were simpler times, but they really were. LOL. There was so much stuff I never did and never said. But it's too late now. I had my chances to fess up. Again, I'm so sorry. If I'm not a goner by the time you read this, here's the latitude. Here's the longitude. I wish I was a better friend to you. I wish I had responded to Danyon earlier. Hey, listen to me. You aren't a goner. You were not a goner. I'm gonna find you, okay? Please tell me you were reading these. His coordinates are really, really far away. But I have to find him. Even though I'm still upset at him for what he did, can't leave him in whatever the hell situation he's gotten himself into. I can't move on with that on my conscience. There's something else that I haven't told you all. I neglected to mention it because I had no idea what I saw or heard. But now I have actual proof. About a month ago, I saw one of the ships flying nearby, and after a loud noise, it suddenly exploded and then came crashing down. Honestly, at the time, I thought I was hallucinating or something. But now I'm fairly certain I wasn't. That's definitely not one of the ships. That's a jet. Happy birthday to me. Hey kid, glad to see you're online again. I'm sorry for popping off like I did. I let my emotions get the best of me. You're doing a good thing here with your Twitter. Don't be afraid to keep broadcasting people's first-hand accounts and experiences. Hello, Nat. My name is Leon, and I'm currently in my boarded-up home. People have been wandering around the streets, and it is hard to not help my neighbors. But it looks as though they have drank the water. Thank God that I was informed about how the water works. I have a theory that, instead of simply disappearing, the sun is still there and the earth is covered by something. Whether it is by the largest alien ship or some sort of sheet, I don't know. But if the sun were gone, we'd be able to see millions of stars, because there would be no light pollution. But it is pitch black. Been slowly but surely making my way towards the coordinates Danyon sent. I get paranoid when I'm outside of a cold spot for too long. Whoever owned this car previously, they had an adult-sized sleeping bag and a child-sized sleeping bag in the back. It really hit me. Just how many people have been impacted by all of this? How many friends? How many families? I wish I could do more to help. It's weird being so open and talkative to you all now, but it's nice to actually communicate with people again. Hey Nat, I think I know where TSV might be. Last several weeks there's been a lot of fighter jets flying around where I've been staying. Turns out there's an Air Force base, but not 10 miles from me. Do you think TSV is near an Air Force base? It's been quiet here for a long time. No lights, no people. Just cold and quiet. I'm much more stable now if that wasn't already obvious by these tweets. But the shit that happened, I keep replaying the events in my mind over and over and over and over. The images won't go away. My parents and my sister. A ship was there, and a blue flash just completely mutilated them. If I'd done things differently, if I'd never stormed off after that screaming match and moved away, if I hadn't been selfish, they would still be alive right now. And then those fucking things came after me. Strobes, headlights, whatever you want to call them. I knew not to look at their red lights, so I shut my eyes as tight as I could. They didn't like that, so one grabbed me by the throat and repeatedly slammed my head into the wall. I got out of there within an inch of my life. And the thing I'll never forget, when I glanced back while running away, was seeing it look towards me. There was a large cylinder protruding from its head. And I swear to God, its arms and legs grew right in front of my eyes. Just read at the Mad Joys updates. Oh my God. Been staying in another cold spot. This one clearly hasn't been traveled in a long time. The trees are dying here. Used to have these kinds of evergreens in my backyard when I was a kid. It's disturbing to see them dying now. I'm a Russian soldier camping out in an old military base, and recently killed what we called them,
Демонические огни.
or demon lights. We shot a ship out of the sky in an old World War II anti-air cannon, and it attacked our camp. We killed it with a T-14 Armada, an armored tank. We quickly learned contact with the body equals death. More are coming. Some are bigger than others, and a mothership is right above our base, and it will crush us if we shoot it. Please acknowledge this, for it might be our last stand. Just drove past a junkyard full of cars. Something odd I noticed. All of the mirrors were gone. Hi Nat, I'm Mike. Glad I found you. I was at my cabin near the border of Minnesota and Canada, close to Lake Superior when all this went down. I was probably the only one for miles at that point. I've never seen the flashing lights others are talking about, but it has gotten cold here fast. For a while I was catching fish and just living off of what I caught, but now I'm out of propane for the cabin. I do, however, have a generator and a ton of gasoline after stealing it from every house and cabin for 10 miles in every direction. Whenever I run out of gasoline, I'm likely going to die. That is terrifying. Here's the lake. It shouldn't be this cold in October. It has made fishing impossible. The snow isn't really snow. Superior is so big that when the wind blows, open parts of the lake spray water from the waves that become snow. None of it has come from the sky. There are no stars, no northern lights, and no sources of light other than the flash on my camera. After reading what you have written, I never do this anymore and try to stay as dark as possible. Luckily, about a mile away lives one of those crazy doomsday preppers. He had a bunker full of canned food, gasoline, guns, cash, 80-gallon drums of water, and another generator. We all have generators up here because of winter storms. He's been saving all this stuff since Y2K, almost 19 years ago. Finally came in handy, at least for me. I haven't seen another person for months. My water supply is fine because it's in those drums are from my own well. I would advise people who can move to get away to rural areas. It's dark and scary, but there are no flashing strobes nor zombie people. At least not yet. And if they come, I have more ammo than I know what to do with. I had a dream about Danyon, but it was more like a memory, I guess. When we were little, we would climb into this giant dead tree in our neighborhood. The branches could barely support our weight, so we would kick and push each other's branches until one eventually would snap. I can't help but feel like I'm already too late. I haven't heard a word from him. Something feels really off, but I can't put into words why. Wait, what the hell do you all mean I've been gone for a month? It's only been a week or so. I don't remember how I got here. I'm racking my brain, trying to think of what happened. I wish I tweeted more so I could remember. But you guys are right. It's been a month. You got some extra letters in that tweet, homie. Maybe take a nap? That's the first thing I'd do if I lost a whole month. Have you checked your camera roll or anything to see if there's any stuff from the days you missed? I feel like that's what I've been doing, napping. I have so little energy, but I should definitely check my camera roll. These were taken 4 years ago. For some reason, they were in an album called Remember. I know I sound crazy, but it feels okay to stay here. I think here is safe, next to the water. Next to the water. You need to leave now. You are not safe. This is exactly what the water is designed for. They're going to come for you. Something is keeping me here. I try to leave, but I just come right back. I don't know what to do. I can't believe I'm alive. I'm alive. It took everything out of me. I kept forgetting why I needed to leave. But you all helped me. Thank you. Thank you. I understand now what people mean when I hear about close encounters with these things. It isn't just a light. It looks into you. You alright? Yeah, just a bit scraped up. I meant mentally, not physically. I don't know. I feel different, I guess. I swear on my life that I didn't look into the light. It's just that I've never been this close to one before. Yeah, I think I understand what you mean. But what did you mean by, this is exactly what the water was designed for in your tweet? From what I've heard, that seems to be the purpose of whatever is in the water. It leaves you psychologically vulnerable and easily influenced by circumstances. The question is where it came from and why. Why do they want us alive? The blue light from the ships seems to be an exception, but I've had plenty of narrow escapes from the water, the headlights, and the ships. And I can't be the only one. I mean, I'm crafty, but not that crafty. What the hell do they want with us? I'm safe now. Free to answer any questions you all might have. How do you manage to get internet so you can talk with me? 50-50 chance of cell towers working. But I'm surprised how versatile internet servers are in situations like this. I've been asking that myself for a while now. I don't know how to say this without sounding like a tinfoil hatter, but I'm starting to feel like this isn't sheer luck. What's your next plan of action? Still making my way towards Danyon's last known coordinates. I'm running low on fuel again, though. I've heard nothing from him still. but I reread his last text almost every day, trying to see if there's anything I missed, anything that could help. I'm still over 100 miles away. I really need to pick up the pace, but I also don't want to attract unwanted attention. I'm a musician from Japan. I've been trapped in a hotel for a while. I would have contacted, but it took me a while to translate from Japanese to English. One of these things has been staying around my hotel, and I'm not able to leave. I was able to get a picture though. So far, I think no one has gotten into the hotel other than us, who have been here from the start. I don't know what to do, because food is running short and we can't leave to get more. Do you think you'll be the same guy if you survive in the end? I don't want to be rude, but what end? I don't see how this is going to stop anytime soon. But I have to survive. I have to. I need to make sure Danyon is okay, at the very least breathing. He's all I have now. No other friends, no family. This is my chance to make things right. Make it right? He left you for dead. No, he didn't. In his text, he talked about getting in trouble with some people. He was running. It wasn't his fault. A question for all of you. What's your reason to wake up in the morning? Are you okay? Yeah, I'll be fine. Anyway, I have some news of my progress. I'm on a highway, the quickest route to get to Danyon's coordinates. Only problem is that this highway takes me through a city. It's risky, but if I take the chance, going through the city will take much less time than trying to go around. What do you guys think? City it is. I'll start driving again soon. Wish me luck. While I was looting a convenience store, I noticed there were 2 of those strobes outside the window. After I ducked down, I realized that they were both making unusual noises. Like, aside from the clicking noise, they were making different tones. Does anyone else notice this? I was really nervous driving into the city limits, but I'm here. Please help. I can't stay. There's something inside. My mom got out. I had her locked away because she wasn't herself anymore. And now she's out. I can't do this again. What the hell did I just wake up to? I'm being extremely careful, driving slow with all the lights off to avoid unwanted attention. No signs of life yet, which puts me really on edge. I've been frantically messaging Lost Sun News all day, no response, and no tweets since late last night. I'm really worried. I don't know what to do about this. Should I message again? I didn't even stop to really think about what condition Nat has been in all this time. Not until now. Side note, I noticed a new photo in the album. I do not recall taking this. I'm here, Tucker. I'm alive. I got out. Are you okay, kid? Are you hurt? What happened? I'm bleeding a lot. My mom broke out of the basement where I locked her in. I couldn't hurt her, even though I should have. I couldn't do that to my parents again. So I left. For the first time in a long time, I left. Nat, I'm so sorry. It hurts a lot. I don't know where I am now, but it's cold and dark and I'm alone. Do you have any means of getting into another building? A neighbor's house? Anything? No, I tried. All doors are locked. I tried breaking a window, but it's way tougher than it looks. I don't know how I can help. I can't believe this, but I'm going. I'm tired of feeling useless. I'm going to find Nat. This city isn't as ransacked as I thought it would be. Stockpiling as much food as I can find. I don't know when I'll have this opportunity again. What about gas? Not so lucky on that front. If I don't find some fuel soon, I'm probably going to have to start searching on foot. Seems like Lost Sun News and the Mad Joy are in a similar situation that Danyon and I are. Good luck on finding each other out there. I hope we're both successful. Where are all the people? I don't know. It is cold enough here that it makes sense not to see any ships or strobes, but people? That concerns me. 8 months later, I'm back trekking through Indianapolis again. Much less active this time around, and about half of the electrical grid is out. Siphoning fuel from various cars. I've got about half of a jerry can filled, trying to find more. Alright, I'm at the address Nat sent me. Looked around and can't find anything. No response from Nat on Twitter either. What should I do? I'm gonna take your advice. Gonna get into the house and have a look around. The house was way more kept up on the outside. This looks like it's been a shithole for a long time. No way this much grime and dust has accumulated in just 10 months. That's what I did when I tried to reach my family. I was thinking about myself, and look what happened to them. I'm not making the same mistake again. I've tried contacting Nat, no response. Don't know what to do except sit here in this cold, dark house. I've looked everywhere in the surrounding area and in this house, except for the basement. I know what's down there, based on what Nat tweeted. I hate being a passive bystander, trust me. But there's fuck all I can do now. Unless you people have any ideas. I'm trying to think of any possible reason as to why Nat is MIA. It's freezing outside, so no ships and a very low chance of drones. It could be dark water, but after checking GPS, there's no bodies of water within a 10-mile radius. It's honestly depressing that the one time you decide to extend your hand to another to help them, you're too late. It can't be too late. There's gotta be something I'm missing. I guess I don't have much of a choice, do I? When I press up against the wall leading to the basement, I hear this. I'm in the basement. I found Nat and her mom. Nat is okay, I think. At least she's alive. I'm trying my best to comfort her. Oh, God. I just got back to where I parked. There are 4 people standing in front of my car, with their backs facing towards me. I won't be able to outrun them. I have to get to the car. That's the only way I can escape. Doing my best to quietly approach, fill up the tank, and get in the car. They broke my arm. This hurts so much. Holy shit. How the hell do I treat this? Last time I broke a bow was before I can remember. Thank you all for your help and support. I've made a splint and am trying my best to rest now. I drove to the outskirts of the city, but I need more time to heal up. I feel so tired and I'm still in pain. I need as much strength as possible before continuing towards Danyon. Also, I caught up on the Mad Joy and Lost Sun News situation. I'm so glad they're together now. Lost Sun News and I have been back home for a while. Took a break from technology. I'm helping her with sorting through her DMs. So many people send incoherent nonsense. Can't tell if it's people who are turned or if it's people who are just grieving. I'm so close to the coordinates now. It's been a long time since I've really thought about it. For the past few months, it's just been a mindless mission. But I don't know if I should put myself in an emotionally vulnerable mindset again. Whatever happens, happens. Hey Nat, it's your friend from the 92nd. I've been following what's been going on with you, and I'm so sorry. I pray that Tucker can find you. As for me, my hopes are a bit higher than last time. As me and my small group made our way to Augusta, we ran into a military convoy leaving the ruins of Fort Gordon. We have since joined them. I feel better being around more people, but all these trucks are sure to attract some unwanted attention. I just know it. One of the survivors is a lieutenant colonel, and he says that there's some sort of contingency plan in place, and we are heading to a camp now. He won't give any sort of other info, so I speculate that it is a lie to keep morale high. Either way, I just hope I get to see my family soon. Stay safe. People have been disappearing, and I don't mean from the blue or red lights. I was in contact with a military-protected civilian camp over two-way radio. After talking to them for a few weeks, I knew the military was being pretty damn effective at fending off the headlights, using a method the colonel wanted to keep quiet for some reason. They go radio silent a day or two before I get there. When I finally reached the camp, half the military was gone. The rest of the squadron that was there said that the other half had hand-selected by the higher-ups to be taken elsewhere, but they've never been heard from again. There's another force at work here. I've been monitoring the Twitter chatter for a while, and I can't remain silent any longer. Because of the nature of my work and the insight I had, both I and my wife had scrubbed social media from our lives a couple years ago. I'm former Air Force Communications and Intelligence, but that's a few years removed now. I still know a thing or two, and what I learned in the service did make me a bit of a prepper. Being an early riser in Arizona, I caught what started happening on BBC World News as the veil came down. My wife and I grabbed our bug-out bags, and because the event wasn't nuclear, we headed toward a specific area for refuge. We remained radio silent ever since. It's only my wife, my 2-year-old daughter, and myself in a bunker made for far more. I can only think that maybe the others with the same plan either stayed to keep an eye on the news or to try to rescue loved ones. But they weren't ex-military. The siren sounds and you jump. For us, it was when the sun never rose that day. We've held up here pretty well, but the lack of radio comms was disheartening. There seemed to be a few ham radio people that managed to hold down maybe an hour of transmission, but then it quickly went silent. The security cameras told us that what we needed to know about the threat. The ships. Those strobe light drones I jokingly called disco clickers to make my wife laugh a little. The only time we poked our head out this bunker was when we thought we saw other people. We have a 2-stage airlock with blast doors that weigh tons, so I knew if my dumbass got killed, my wife and my baby would be safe. Before I even reached the surface, I heard gunfire. The people we saw on camera weren't people anymore. The group that dealt their fate told me they were heading south, and we were welcome to join. I tried to have them join my wife and daughter, but they seemed to have a destination in mind. While I gave them a couple of cases of MREs, I knew that they knew I had more. They just took what they needed and thanked me. I went to the coordinates. Nothing was there. I waited for so long, and nothing. My arm hasn't been healing. In fact, it's been getting worse. My veins surrounding the broken part are swelling and getting darker, I guess. This car has been following me for the past 10 minutes. Pull over. We just want to talk. My blood just went cold. This isn't Danyon, but he is safe. Please pull over and let us talk to you. I'm doing it. I don't even know what to say after that encounter. I attempted recording, but they noticed and stopped me immediately. Made me leave my phone in the car. I'm trying to make sense of what all they said. This is way beyond me. I was expecting a bunch of looters. Of course, they still had firearms, but they were very civilized. There was a man and a woman among the group. They seemed to be the ones in charge. They were using Danyon to get to me, against his will. That's why he discouraged me from tweeting, and why he left. They said they wanted my help, but not contact me directly? I asked about Danyon, and they just kept repeating, he's safe, he's safe. They want my account. They consider it valuable for reasons they won't tell me. I said I'd consider it if they told me why. They wouldn't budge. said that if the info is leaked in the wrong way, it will, and I quote, ruin our chances of survival. I don't know what they mean by that, but it scares the living hell out of me. Hey Nat, I've been stalking your page along with the other pages, and I know what happened about your mom and dad. I'm so sorry for your loss, and I can't even imagine what you're going through right now. My only advice is that you need to open up to Tucker. Your mind is one of the worst places to lurk in right now, even compared to the warm spots. I don't know Tucker's therapeutic credentials, or lack thereof, but it sure as hell is a lot better than your mind. Hey Nat, thank God Tucker found you. I've had a crazy month. We arrived at a makeshift tent city, and we stayed there for a couple of days. Then one night, a convoy of black SUVs arrived. Men in dark uniforms stepped out and formed us all up. They told the lieutenant colonel to come to the front, and then the men proceeded to address us by saying, "We're in charge now, and here's what happens if you go against our rules." They then shot the lieutenant colonel right in front of us. They told us he lied about the number of troops he had. It was because of me that man died. The lieutenant colonel picked me and my group up in Augusta. I don't know how to feel about it. Then they moved us to a facility that had power and lights. That's where I've been ever since. No strobes come near here, and I don't know why. They don't know I have my phone on me, but I'm scared to see what they do if they find it. Something weird is going on here. One of my friends I enlisted with in high school is here. He came from Washington. Said the army shipped him here a couple of days before the sun disappeared and didn't tell him why. The men in black uniforms have been interviewing us extensively. I may just ditch the uniform and go AWOL if this gets worse. Stay safe. I don't even know what to do now. I finally made it to the coordinates after all this time, only to be met with more questions. I think I've known for a long time, but now it really hit me. I'm purposeless. No, you're not. Just because you have no answers doesn't mean you have purpose. You need to keep on going and facing the obstacles you meet, no matter how dangerous they are. And if you don't do it for yourself, then at least do it for Danyon. Thank you. I'll try to remember that. It's just, what the hell can I do? Except give my account to these people that have Danyon. People have been sending me stuff they've been seeing and hearing. Unusual activity from the military, from the headlights, the ships. I'm starting to piece together what's going on. Another photo showed up in the Remember album. For those of you asking, I don't want to reveal what I might know about these people, since I know they're watching every tweet I send. In other news, my arm is getting even worse. There's this dark ooze coming from the wound now. How much of the contaminated water have you consumed? I don't remember. Why? It functions similar to mercury poisoning or lead poisoning. It does not just affect you in the short term, and it does not just affect you neurologically. It's in your bloodstream, and soon, if not already, in all of your vital organs. We're on the road now. She doesn't want to talk about it, but I helped bury her parents before we left. Hopefully it provided some closure for her. I don't want to be insensitive, but her dad's body was very decomposed. I wonder how long it had been there. I can't believe it's been over a year since the start of all of this. These days, the internet is less and less stable. Buffer speeds are slowing down, social media is getting quiet. Don't know if it's because less people are alive or what. I don't really want to know. Nat and I see ships go by sometimes. But besides that, we've been living fairly comfortably in our routines for a while now. I hate that life like this feels normal. I told myself I wouldn't log back into this account again. But I had to get it off my chest. I despise this. I'm not strong enough. I can't help them. I can't save them. I can't save anyone. Not even myself. I've been thinking for a long time. Would it even make a difference if I hadn't gone after Danyon? Do the choices I make even fucking matter? Why even use this account? What is the point in tweeting to the void when there's nobody left? It is so quiet now. But the irony is, my head isn't quiet. It's like all of the weight of the world got crammed into my brain. They won't stop whispering in my head. I think the accident with my arm, I think it opened up something inside me. All my veins look like this. I feel like I have a fever. But at least I'm still alive, right? I made it back home. Everything is just where I left it. It feels deathly still here. What happened to the other survivors that you've talked to? They're gone. I don't know if they're still alive or not, but they certainly aren't here. I haven't heard from the group that had Danyon either. Alright, but why did you come back there? Where else am I supposed to go, besides die out in the cold and dark? Where are you now? What are you going to do next? The world has been harvested. What is there left to do? It's over. We lost. She won't speak to me anymore. We sit at the dinner table completely silent. I don't know what I did. How the hell do I fix this? Hey, what's going on? Why won't you talk to me? I guess there's no point. What do you mean? I read TSV's tweets. We don't have a chance, do we? Please, don't think about it too hard. We're surviving. We are luckier than most people. What happens when our power runs out? Our clean food and clean water? I don't know. We have a home here. That's what matters, right? I guess. Are you seriously posting this conversation? I'm sorry, I just don't know how else to fix this. I don't talk to you, so your solution is to screenshot our private conversation? Smooth, lol. Nat, please, I just want to help. I just want to be left alone for a while. Okay. I'm sorry for posting. I just need to fix this. Besides Nat, besides all of you, I have nobody else to turn to. I can't afford to lose someone else. It's funny to think about the mechanical abominations and the control people roaming free above ground while we're down here. Makes me wonder if it's so quiet now because whoever's left decided to give up fighting. Hey, I know your inbox is probably flooded with messages, so this will most likely get buried, but either way I have to tell you. Don't lose hope. You never know what will happen. And we also need you. You document things and keep us informed, and we can't thank you enough for that. Thanks everyone who has been asking about me. I'm doing okay. I've just had to do so much growing up in such a short amount of time. Don't even know why I'm on here now. I guess I miss having somebody to talk to. Yeah, I snuck away from Tucker a few weeks ago. I'm tired of people trying to take care of me and then let me down. He wants to act like an older brother to me, but doesn't know how to not control those around him. The surface isn't all that dangerous now. There's still power and internet. Despite the cold and dark, it's pretty normal. Sometimes I see people from a distance. We make eye contact, maybe a nod, and continue doing whatever we were doing. I want to say to keep sending your experiences in DMs, but does it really matter now? It's the same shit. Nothing is new anymore. The ones who are left know how to take care of themselves, avoid threats, and survive. We, the ones who are left, carry on. Business as usual. Nat, please listen. None of this is adding up. How did the US military and every other military we know of just go silent practically overnight? After months of fighting these things, they suddenly give up? And every voice of influence with the reach to civilians also eventually gives up and takes ridiculous amounts of time in between posts. Also, what did TSV mean by harvested, if there are still people around? You should ask the Sun Vanished about what he meant, but from what I've gathered through DMs, all I know is that any war we were fighting was lost. You want to stay alive? You have to fend for yourself and rely on yourself. Nobody is gonna come save us. I miss Danyon. It would be easier to function if I just knew for certain that he was alive or not. But all I have is this in-between. When I lie awake in the quietness, I can hear him. It's faint, and I can't tell what he's saying, but I know it's his voice. And now my only friends, the Mad Joy and Lost Sun News, are estranged. I haven't heard from Tucker in ages. Did I fail? I couldn't save any of them. I'm just rotting here with whatever sickness I have, and the ships pass my house daily. I'm not even worth the trouble to finish off. Where are they going? The ships and the strobe lights. They're still here, but their patrol cycles have been different. Where are they going? I think I may be losing my sense of self now. Goes along nicely with losing my sense of time and sense of connection to others. Apologies in advance for my bad English. I was part of a small resistance effort in Poland. With the help of our armed forces, we created a weapon that could take down the flying ships. I never saw it in action, but we knew that the Americans used something similar before their military was decommissioned. But before we were ever really effective in our resistance group, a legion of those ships, and demon lights, flooded into the country and crippled us within hours. Thankfully, we were able to split up and take cover underground to the metros. But now it is next to impossible for us to fight. We are alone here. I'm sorry for being so cynical and jaded, but seriously, who are we now? Since the sun disappeared almost 2 years ago, who have you become? Maybe a friend? A leader? Maybe a monster? The dynamics change, but the outcome hasn't. So what can we do? Getting a lot of vague, nonsensical DMs talking about the people. Can you be more specific? You know who you are. Danyon is here. He's in the room with me. Look! He's standing behind me. I can see him in the mirror. Listen, 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 listen. He's here. I know it. I just don't know what to say to him. What should I say? I don't know. I don't know. He's dead. He's not fucking dead. I can see him right here. Say sorry. I told him I'm sorry for everything I did to him. I just want him to stay here with me again, like how things used to be. I'm sorry. No. He's gone, and I can't get him back. As contamination continues, it's not just repeating words and phrases. You start repeating past trauma, too. How do I know all of this? Because it's why Nat left. It's why I'm alone all over again. Since you won't shut the fuck up about my hand and arm, here it is! But I cannot fathom why that matters right now. I have to find Danyon. You don't have any idea what you're talking about, Tucker. They never left. We need to talk. Nat? Holy shit, are you okay? Are you safe? What happened since you left? Sorry to disappoint you, Tucker, but it's not Nat. She is safe with us, though. Do not worry. What the fuck? Who is this? Why do you have Nat's account? As I said, she is safe with us. We have been the ones you ignored for a very long time. We contacted you, and the sun vanished multiple times, and you did not cooperate. It's the people who were on Danyon's phone number and took him from me. The liars. Oh my God. We are not liars. We are the people trying to help everyone stay safe. Using Danyon and Nat as leverage are not something we like resorting to, but it is justified. Your social media accounts have turned into a beacon for the world. When the news organizations and government broadcasts ceased transmission, you became the new media. Everyone has looked to you for guidance to survive. That is a very large responsibility that we, the people, believe neither of you are fit to have. I didn't ask for that responsibility. I don't want it anymore. So fine, you can take my account. I don't care anymore. Hold on a sec. Nobody is taking anyone's accounts. Who are you to say what responsibility we're fit or not fit to have? I've heard about you people, and you have no right to take our accounts. What are you going to use them for anyway? We must stop all resistance efforts against the invaders. It only hurts our chances of future survival. I don't have the first idea what that means, but if I do what you want, will I see Danyon again? Of course, you have our word, just as we promised before. But hold on, stop it. Stop all resistance efforts? So are you the ones who quietly shut down all the military operations to take those fuckers down? Sure as hell sounds like you are. That's irrelevant right now. Okay, sure. I'll take that as a yes. I need to see Danyon again. I'll do whatever it takes. Oh my god, stop it. I want to see Nat again too, but there is more at stake right now. They're trying to take advantage of your hopelessness. Our hopelessness. Lost Sun News, you said it hurts our chances of future survival. What does that mean? It means that if we continue fighting against the occupiers, there's a very good chance that we will go extinct. TSV, you cannot honestly be believing this shit. They just want control. Hell, they're probably working with them. We hate the invaders just as much as you do, Tucker. But we aren't naive enough to believe that we can defeat them. It would just encourage them to wipe us out entirely. We know what they are capable of. I don't know what to believe. I just need some time to think. Well, I don't. You, the people, can go fuck yourselves. I'm not giving you anything. You could take me, use me as ransom, but not her. You touch her, and I'll break you. Noted. I'm packing to leave first thing in the morning. I don't know where I'm going, but I'm going to find the people. Or they will find me. Hey, TSV. I just wanted to say something. Out of you, Nat, and Tucker, you are the biggest influence to everybody out here. You keep the majority of us sane in this crazy world. Whatever these guys are doing, don't believe them, and definitely don't trust them. If they really wanted to save us, then why are they using us as ransom? They're just as dangerous as the lights. Please stay safe. We trust you. I don't know why you believe in me, but thank you. 2 years. It's been exactly 2 years since the day this all started.
The days have gotten so dark now. I can feel it sinking deep in me. But you know what the irony of it is? I felt it from the start. It was small, the tiniest speck of darkness on the edge of my mind. But it was there. It's always been there. Why couldn't I have done better? What stopped me from being better? I focused on the threats of the world. Did I ever stop to think about myself? Beyond survival? Danyon. Why did you leave me when I needed you? Guy, I relied on you. You never relied on me. I was living for you. But now I know I can't do that anymore.
I think I'm beginning to understand. I can't just survive. I have to live. I just killed one of those things. We have a chance to fight against them. You can't hold Danyon's life over me anymore. This is what happened to my old phone. Text conversations, contact list, all gone. My only hope now is to reach out on Twitter to Tucker and find out where he went and track down the people who took Nat. Nat's in safe hands. See the code to ensure protect, don't ethernet. If this means what I think it means. Found the decryption from someone else in the comments. Not only she's, or anyone else, saying Nat is in safe hands, but there's another message. If we consider the lowercase as a Morse dot and the uppercase as a Morse dash, this is what we'll get. Which literally translates to remove TSV immediately. I wonder where this is going. Actually, I shouldn't be getting the credit for this because I was told by some guy in the comments about how to decrypt it. But thanks. Remove TSV immediately. The sun vanished. Where are you? We need you. They still have Nat. It's time. I have to step out of my silence. I know there's a lot of questions, and I'll try my best to explain everything I know. It's been 3.5 years since the sun disappeared, and these invaders came. If you look into their red strobe light, you'll never be the same again. It's like you're no longer human. After time passed, most water sources slowly became contaminated with dark water, an unknown substance that makes you paranoid, hallucinate, and forget. Over time, I drank too much, and I've been poisoned by it irreversibly. The military fought these invaders for a while, but for some reason, a global ceasefire was called. We still don't know where the troops or their governments went. They all disappeared. Early on, I got in touch with my childhood best friend Danyon. We always moved around to stay out of the invaders' path. But one day, he just left. He said it was for my protection, but I felt betrayed. I made some other friends along the way. Tucker, the Mad Joy, and Nat, Lost Sun News. Tucker rescued Nat from their mother, who looked into the red strobe light and became violent. They found a safe house with enough resources to hunker down for a while, but I think Nat felt like Tucker was being too overprotective, so Nat left. But in both Nat and Danyon's case, I believe they were both taken by a group of people who want control of this account. They call themselves We the People, and I never trusted them from the very start. There's a possibility that Danyon was involved with them in some way, and that concerns me even more. They even took control of Lost Sun News and pretended to be Nat for a while. I never thought about it before, but it's suspicious that somehow the internet is still online and electricity is still accessible in most cities and hubs. And yet the governments, news networks, any public officials from before the sun vanished are all gone. I think all of this is connected. We the People are the same group that called the ceasefire, the same group that took our friends. If that's true, they're powerful. What do they want to use this account for? Why are they taking our allies away? Are my friends still even alive? I wanted to stop using this account because I've been afraid that it puts me and my friends in more danger. But now these We the People put a hit out on me. Being quiet doesn't work. So it's time to be vocal. I'm gonna find my friends, dead or alive, even if it starts a war. I think I accidentally discovered a secret weapon. I was able to destroy one of the strobes. I'm not sure how or why, but something is different about me now. We the People should know that I'm not going to be fucked with. I'm going to try to find Tucker first, since he went after Nat, but I don't think he even knows where to look. But we will find a way. We will get Nat back, and maybe even Danyon too. To those who have been with me so far, thank you. No more silence. I will keep all of you in the loop from this point on. It's time to make a difference. I've been dreaming strange things like this for a while now, revisiting old places and lost memories. They feel so clear and certain when I wake up, but it drifts away as quickly as it came. Really wish I still had that Remember photo album from my dead phone. Anyway, I'm still waiting to hear from Tucker, and then it's back into the wild. I don't know what I'm going to find out there. Tucker finally reached out. He's in a city with signal that's not too far from me. Only a couple hours. This is the first in a long time that I'll be going back out there. Not sure how ready I am for this. About my arm. I never got real treatment when I broke it. It was excruciating for a long time. But the dark water made it sort of go away. Not sure how else to describe it. But my skin feels paper thin, and my veins are dark and bulging. I've gotten used to it now. The sun vanished. You're going to want to see this. The outer parts of the city are swarming with strobes and ships, but it looks as though the inner city is clean. It gets colder the further you move in. This may be where they're keeping Nat, but considering the graffiti all over the place, might also be a trap. Either way, you need to wait for me. Don't go in alone. I'll be there as soon as I can. My second biggest fear is that they have an alliance with the invaders. What's your biggest fear? That they don't. If anyone has more information on We the People, please reach out to me. It's safe to assume coming to this city is a trap, but I need to know what I'm getting myself into. We the People seems to refer to the American Constitution, so it's perhaps freedom fighters? If they're fighting for freedom, I'm not sure what they're doing in the center of an area surrounded by those things. It's honestly a little disturbing. I'm stuck at a roadblock on the highway. Tucker couldn't have known since he didn't come from this direction. I can't afford to lose this car or the stuff I can't carry with me. Hard to tell. It's so dark out here. I can't even see what's behind it. That worries me. Yeah, of course I have light, but I shouldn't attract too much attention to myself. I even taped over my car headlights for the bare minimum brightness to still see the road. You never know who or what could be watching. I'm leaving the city now, on my way to find him. I don't think I'm alone out here. I'm just a sitting duck out here, but I don't know what else to do. I don't think I have enough fuel to turn around, and not sure if it's safe to get out and try moving the roadblock. But the longer I'm here, the more paranoid I'm getting. I swear I keep hearing noises outside, but it stops before I can pull my phone out to record. Tucker should have been here by now. Okay, I'm not hallucinating. The noise is real. What the hell? Never heard this before. Taking your advice and hiding. Keys are out of the ignition. I'm not even going to risk the light from my phone screen for now. We'll check in as soon as I can. I found you. Hang tight. What the hell is out there? Not sure. I'm trying to move the roadblock from the other side. I think the people are here too. Status? I was able to move the roadblock mostly. The fuck do you mean mostly? That's more of a yes or no. It's pitch black out here. I can barely see anything, but it's enough to fit through. Maybe enough for your giant pickup truck to bust through. Stop fucking around and get out of there. They're closing in. Here goes nothing. We know where you are. Tucker and I are together now, moving through the city, staying low and avoiding unwanted attention. But something doesn't feel right about this place. Tucker gets more and more anxious any time we travel through the streets out in the open. I can't say I disagree, but what choice do we have? I have some information you and Tucker will want to hear. I know how to get you to Nat. If you're interested, I'll be in touch. Stay vigil. Your informant. New lead. Obviously, this is a trap, but Tucker believes it's our only option. Can't say I blame him. Every other lead went cold a long time ago. Tucker disagrees, but I think we should find our own way without this informant. Ever since we encountered that howling strobe fucker, I'm scared what will happen if we play into their hands. I need to know I'm not crazy on this. How can we make a difference and find Nat if we don't know where the fuck we're going? We have to stop dilly-dallying when we don't know how much time we have. Clock's ticking. Deciding our fate by an internet poll. That Darkwater fucked with his head more than I thought. Can you all have my back for once? TSV just uses you to justify what he does. Fuck this. Should we keep doing polls? So, have y'all just been sitting in the same spot for months, or we've been driving around aimlessly because we dropped the one actual lead we had? If you're gonna mock me while I'm supposed to be helping you, I'll just wait on my own. We should talk about this privately. Now you want this to be private. Maybe none of this was a good idea. The fuck does that mean? Look at yourself, man. You're not well. They want your account, they'll give a snap. Danyon's gone because of this account. I don't want you to go because of it too. At least I helped my friends instead of shooting them. Flynn, right? How much did you help him? I didn't shoot him. I trapped him in the garage and turned the car on. Bye, the sun vanished. You sure made that difference. I'm sorry I brought up Flynn. I know. Sorry I brought up Danyon. They've been with me a lot longer than you have. I could leave. Tucker. What? I hope you're right about the informant. Tucker's gone. He's going to find the informant. This is where we part ways. I prefer Danyon as a second fiddle, honestly. Preferred? Never mind. I'm sending you my location. I got into contact with the informant. He's not too excited that it's just me, but he's accepted. The informant chose an empty parking lot as our meeting place. Sorry, I don't trust you just yet. Let's get to talking. Keep in the shadows, man. You guys would never steer me wrong, right? Because you're why I do this. There's somebody out there terrified who needs a guidepost. We, the people, can't be that. They'll keep us afraid and ready to die. But if Nat is dead already, it doesn't matter. Maybe you're better off in their hands. Nat has all toes and fingers. She smiled today for the first time. Nice teeth. Stop freaking them out. Nat's gonna be fine. She's a bargaining chip. Go to bed. You're clogging up my notifications. I'm waiting for a message. Thank you all for being here with me. Been scouring online, knocking at a few possibilities for their location. Think I'm gonna be on the road again soon. There's so many abandoned parking garages around here. Saw a couple strobes in the distance. I don't even think they picked up that I was there. They were so scary in the beginning. I think this guy knows how to find Nat. Or at least knows how to find people who know how to find her. And he's not a WTP plant? Defector. I didn't think the people had defectors. He's fast. You doing okay over there? The best I can. You? I'm just worried about her. Come on, Lost Sun News. No more weird comments. Cryptic bullshit? Where's my clue? My death threats, huh? We convene per correspondence. Regretful delay in response. The clues are ineffective. The threats are ineffective. We hopes to have a count by now. We apologize. Offer location and we will send liaison first thing in the morning. That was a joke. There is no morning. fuck it. Liaison will arrive in 4 days. Our new friend finally showed his face. Kid, maybe 16. Brave son of a bitch. He's going back to his hideout, and he's got a map. Told me to follow a day or two behind in case it's been compromised. I'm trying to tell myself this was a good idea. 3 days. 2 days. Gonna log out of my account for a couple of days. If this is a setup, I can't let them get into it. I'll be recording the meetup. If it's safe, you'll hear from me then. Heading to the hideout. TSV, I hope one of us is on the right path. 1 day. Shit. Gas ran out. Gonna try to siphon from some cars in the parking lot and get on the road quick.
Hey, Danyon.
I recorded our conversation.
You look well.
You look dead.
I am.
I have to get you out of
I'm
there.
not going with you.
You have to. You're here.
To get you to come with me.
No. You're not saying this. Are they threatening? Are they threatening
They're
you?
not hurting me. They're not hurting Nat. They're not hurting you. Just give them the account and this is all over.
You're not Danyon.
Maybe not the Danyon you've been thinking about while I've been gone. But it's me.
Danyon would have apologized.
Tell me what I did that didn't help you get here, and then I'll be sorry. I wish we hadn't been separated for so long. I also wish you would come happily, and you're letting me down as I'm sure I'm letting you down. It's mutual.
You don't know what's best for me anymore. You always liked how stubborn I was.
I got smarter. You should do the same.
I don't know how this happened. Am I going crazy? I slept in the car last night and cried. Danyon's a mess. He looks wrong. He sounds wrong. He's gross and wet. It's like a long-lost dream having him here. Hey, the Mad Joy, I just saw your video. Please be okay. I'm logging off for a while. I'm tired of having a target on my back and not getting respect. Sun vanished, do me a favor, and give them your account so I can get my friend back. We're not the enemies. We just want everyone to be safe and live their long, fulfilled life in the world. Bring us the bodies of those you've lost. We will do what we can to reunite with them. We know there are many out there, lost and afraid, who think of us as dangerous. Look at what we've done for the Sun vanished. No secrets about our differences. We returned him his best friend. The Sun vanished. You're always welcome here. We hope you see this as a sign of goodwill and apologies for our previous threats. I feel so at peace now. Like my head is lighter? Maybe that's a sign. Danyon started talking more about us going back to We the People. Now that Tucker's gone, I'm starting to wonder if I should. It was quiet last night, so I walked around in the dark a bit, and this thumping in the back of my head started coming back. I hadn't realized it. I stopped hurting as soon as Danyon showed up. Danyon explained that the dark water in my blood doesn't get along with the blood. It's hurt for so long I forgot that it even hurt. It's like being able to breathe again. You've got to be fucking kidding me. Same place. Hey, Lost Sun News? Trade the account for Nat, right? And you promise she's safe? And you promise nothing will happen to us? Okay. Fuck it. We are making arrangements for your arrival, the Sun vanished. You've made Nat very happy. Still think about that dream of all my friends lying dead in the snow. Is that what happens if I keep fighting? I know a lot of you don't trust this, or Danyon, or even me, but maybe what I'm doing is for the best. For the first time since the Sun vanished, I'm not looking for answers. Nat's going to be safe. Danyon's safe. If Tucker can find his way, that's everyone. Everything I've wanted. I can't agree with We the People, but they're keeping people safe. Something I couldn't do. I failed. Maybe I'm not the hero. Not even sure the world really needs one anyway. If they do, it's not me. This is going to be for the best. We're glad we can put our differences aside. Woke up to Danyon having a coughing fit. It sounds like hell, having so much of that stuff in you. Been on the road for a good few days. I've been asking Danyon all the personal questions I can think of, just to be safe. He passed the test with flying colors. Ask me anything. Get it off your chests. We'll be replying for a bit. Danyon won't say where we're going. His answers are getting short, but we're still days away from We the People. He pulled into a suburb and stopped on the road. He turned around, told me to stay fucking quiet, and left. Fuck, it's hurting again. Fuck, I think I made a mistake. What the fuck is wrong with me? Why did I agree to this? I'm so fucking stupid. Goddamn child locks, Danyon. Really? I have to close my eyes. I fucking hate this pain. Is that Tucker? Tucker's alive, but barely. Danyon put him in the back seat. I gave him some real water. Danyon thinks we should give him some dark water in case he's too far gone. My headache's gone. I'm in the back seat with Tucker, keeping his legs elevated. He's shivering. I don't think he would have made it if we hadn't gotten there. How did he know? Woke up about 5 minutes ago. Freaked out, caught up with TSV's tweets. Danyon's asleep in the front. Going to try and grab TSV and run. TSV didn't wake up. Danyon did. Grabbed me and held me against the car. I'm in the back seat again. He's fucking strong. I don't like this. Talked to Tucker and explained everything. He doesn't love it, obviously, but he's on board. Told Danyon if he ever roughs Tucker up again, the deal's off. Apparently Tucker's meeting with the informant went south, and one of the We the People scouts found the carnage. It was bad. The informant died, but the scouts told Danyon where to pick up Tucker. I don't know if I should be thankful or paranoid. Tucker's still asleep. He's better, breathing normally, but needs a lot of rest. Danyon's suggesting more dark water, but I told him to stop asking. Tucker's awake more than he's asleep. He and Danyon still don't trust each other. But what can you do? We're a few days away from We the People. Tucker says he remembered me talking about the mirrors from a few years back. Saved his life. This is the video I took when I found the informant. Danyon says we're getting close now. I see what you've been saying. I know I should be more scared of what might happen when we arrive. More scared of Danyon. But after all this time, I'm just tired of living each day not knowing if it'll be my last. It's exhausting. Wouldn't you make the same choice? We arrived. They don't want us taking any photos of the complex on the outside to keep the location secure. Thank God, Nat's alive. She looks pretty weak, hasn't had a lot of food, but she's alive. Doesn't seem to be in too much pain. She says she hasn't had any dark water. Tucker's been crying and apologizing for 10 minutes. Hi everyone, it's me again. They said they don't have use for this account anymore, since it's so much smaller, so my phone's back. Gonna look through any messages and stories from outside. Thank you for believing in me, those who did. I sleep most of the day now, so I won't be too active, but I'm sure it'll be easier now that the guys are here. I couldn't get to sleep until late, but when I finally did, I got the first peaceful night's rest in years. I just can't believe we're all here. Danyon came to our door with a message. It's time for my end of the bargain. A man named Abdil will be taking control of this account in 15 minutes. He says everyone here, except for Danyon, has chosen a new name. Says it makes them freer. Abdil. Seems genuine, I guess. He's going to be giving out tips on how to stay alive. That's the best thing that's come from this account. Communicating with you all and letting you know survival is possible. Per the arrangement, I'll still be updating you all through the accounts at the Mad Joy and Lost Sun News, run by my friends Tucker and Nat. We'll keep you posted, so you know we're safe. We the People ran Nat's account as a collective. The threats against me, they pointed out who suggested them, and after I asked him to not work on this account, they agreed. I think this might be an okay deal. I'm not the hero. If giving away control is how I help keep you all safe, then it's the right thing to do. It's actually pretty nice here. They need to allocate more food since we've arrived, but it seems we're being taken care of. Thank you all for joining me on this part of my adventure. I hope you stick around. I may be leaving this account, but I'm not going anywhere. Do I always sound like such an asshole? I've never been great at goodbyes. The sun vanished. Signing out. Hello everyone. It's pleasurable to meet you. We the people are now managing this account through me, Abdil. Consider me the social media conductor for We the People. I'm honored to get to know you all and keep everyone safely. TSV hasn't said a word since he got back. Just nods when we ask him if he's doing okay. I know how hard this is for him. Hello everyone. I have learned how to use spell check features so there will not be a typographical error. I apologize for the problem with my previous tweet. Hi Nat, my name is Kate. I am 11 years old. My parents have kept me safe and asked if I wanted to talk to the nice people who told them how to make sure I didn't get hurt. I look at a photo of my puppy, Max, whenever I get scared and it makes me feel better. I wanted you to see it too, so it can keep you strong while your friends come get you. I miss Max. Been looking through the stories sent while I was gone. Wafted through a lot of We the People hate, which I understand, but I wanted to share this one. It's my favorite. Hello everyone! Remember that if you don't want to drink the dark water, that is okay. We believe in personal choice. But if you've had some, you should have more. It stops the headaches and makes your mind sharper. It's good. Do you guys remember board games? They have board games here. It's stupid, I know, but Nat and I played Battleship. I'd never played it before. Turns out I suck at it. Nat needs more food. She slept for 2 hours after the game. When Danyon came by with dinner, toast and rice, I told him he needs something better. He says he'll put in a request. Is every story sad? Is it just more and more and more hurt? What's even the frickin' point? I was gonna go to high school. TSV here. Nat's pretty upset. Tucker tried to console her and she told him to go away and die. Not her exact words. And then she cried a lot more. Danyon brought this today. Said they figured out how to garden when Nat came along and it's finally paying off. Hello everyone! Remember that if someone you know is being chased by a strobe, you shouldn't intervene. The strobe is much faster than you and it's a good idea to take this moment to get yourself to further safety. I'm sorry to Tucker and to all of you for being so upset. I shouldn't have said the things I said. I let my feelings get the better of me. Crying doesn't make anything better. I have to remember that. Attention, we the people. There has been a strobe sighting within 23 miles of our hub location. Remember that even though you are not detectable, you are still at risk. Return to your rooms immediately upon seeing this message. Thank you. We've been told countless times that we're safe. It's weird, feeling like this isn't a problem anymore. TSV here. They're invisible, and they're not even going to try to stop the thing? How many people could be saved by taking down even that one strobe? How many people could be lost trying to get lucky like you? TSV here. I've never felt so useless in my entire goddamn life. Yeah, we're safe, but at what cost? Having the account was okay, right? It kept Tucker safe, he remembered about the mirrors. That was something. We the people would never think to talk about that. Never mind, sorry. I'm being stupid. I'm safe. My friends are safe. That's what matters. Hello everyone! Remember that in a sticky situation, the strobes don't like their own reflection, as they are sensitive to light stimuli. In a tight spot, find a large mirror or similar reflective surface as a diversion. Fuck! Nat just threw up. It was black. Danyon just came by and took Nat away. Says they need to examine her. She's rejecting the dark water those bastards gave her. What the fuck is wrong with you? Why didn't you say anything? You would be mad. Of course I'm fucking mad. How much of that shit did they make you drink? I don't know. I started waking up with it on my clothes and figured it out. Fucking hell. Why would they do this? What do you think? I'm gonna kill them. I'll fucking kill them, starting with that rat fucking Danyon skin. Don't. You're gonna make things worse. Stop trying to save me all the time. I'll be back soon and we can play Monopoly or something. That'll calm you down. I don't need to be calmed down. I'm not the one hurting you. Okay. TSV here. Tucker wants to be left alone for a while. I think we all do. Hello everyone. Thanks to all of your insightful questions and comments since I got this account. I want to share with you all the history of We the People and how we've come to be over the next few days. TSV here. Nat's still not back. Tucker's been punching a wall on and off for a couple days. Says it's all his fault and that he wants Nat to know he's sorry. I asked him if he wanted to talk about it. He looked like he was going to hit me. It's me. I wasn't going to hit him. I just wanted him to stop talking. TSV here. Nat's back. She looks worse than ever. Danyon explained through the closed door that they drained her of dark water and apologized for the inconvenience. He wouldn't say anything else. TSV here. Tucker keeps yelling and banging on the door. I don't think we're getting dinner today. Hello everyone! We the People was founded by ex-military Americans after the dissolution of the United States Armed Forces. We seek to offer peace to those left behind in this world and learn more about the strobes that have taken control of our lives. TSV here. Danyon came by, gave us food, apologized for locking us in. He called us at risk for fleeing. I think his lip curled just a bit as he was saying it. The most facial expression he's offered since he's been back. Or I just need to sleep. Hello everyone! I want to quickly say that any forms of captivity in a We the People's facility is always yes done with utmost concern for guest safety and community peace. Don't listen to those who don't understand. Miss me. Nat's awake. She's so weak, even worse than before. She apologized a lot. So did I. Don't hate me, please. I didn't want them to get in more danger. Hello, everyone. We the People believes in the wonderful dark water that came to free our species at the same time as the strobes that condemned us. It allows us to live in harmony with these new apex predators. Hello, everyone. We have noticed many questioning about recent events and wanted to address your concerns. This is space for any and all queries to be answered by myself and the We the People community, and we thank you all for continuing supportive. Hello everyone! I know many of you have expressed concerning for TSV, Tucker, and Nat. I want you to know they are being fed healthily to the highest standards We the People can offer. TSV 8. Hello everyone! We are not deliberately harming those guests, but we shouldn't be expects to provide specialty treatment either. Any and all acts of aggressive behaviors will be met with force and discipline. They were right about the food. It's still mush, but it's more mush than I can handle. I think they just want to shut us up. We're still in here. TSV and I played some Monopoly. Tucker didn't want in. I'm feeling a lot better, by the way. This all isn't great, but I'm regaining my strength, which is nice. Trying to be positive, because these two grumps are really killing the mood. Tucker hasn't spoken at all today. Oh, no. Danyon came by with food, and Tucker jumped him. Got a few really good hits in. A few We the People guards held him down and took him away. I shouldn't have drunk the water. This wouldn't have happened if I'd just been stronger. TSV here. I was wrong. We shouldn't have come here. You all were right. It's not Danyon. Hello everyone! We are not the enemy. We are trying to protect you all. Cannot you see that? It's clearly to me. Hey, I'm in a separate room. I don't know how we're getting out of here. I'm okay now. I promise. I'm so sorry, Nat. I know. It's okay. We'll find a way out of this. You actually believe that? Or are you just being nice? Doesn't matter. Hello, everyone. We the People is a strict team, we admit. We're desired a unified together world. This cannot happen without severe consequentials for harmful actions and swift care for those hurting. Our guests are difficult. We are doing best we can. TSV here. The plan is to wait for Tucker to return and then figure out what's next. I'm so sorry to everyone I've dragged into this. I'm so sorry. Hello, everyone. We understand we have failed you as a community. We have tried to shield you all from the truth, and for that, we are sorry. Our guests are a threat to safety and composure as a team, and we will be meeting any further attempts of violence with further punishment. We understand this difficult for some to hear, and we sympathetic. We cannot allow our life to be threatened by a couple of insolent influencers playing the victim. We look forward to our community's great success as we move on from these lies. Hello, everyone. We understand many have questions about if our guests will receive any dark water. They will not. We do not wish to submit any to the cause against their will, and we do not think our guests worthy of such acceptance as of late events. Hello, everyone. I am pleased announcing Danyon has been promoted to Head of Associate Relations at We the People. He has many ideas about how to move forward with messaging regarding outsiders, and he has already influenced much here. Give him a welcome to this new positioning. To Real TSV. Hello, friend. Name Umi Rangi. Was messaging leader before you arrived. I made death threat. Sorry for death threat. I'm prisoned. Want to help escape. You help me escape. Best friends. TSV here. I guess this Umi is our best shot. The motherfucker that tried to get me killed. Hello, everyone. You have all been introducing to Umi, our former head of associate relations and commander of violence. Even our enemies should steer clear of his lies. In better news, we have video in producing to show prospective members of We the People. That will be fun. Danyon says I'm getting out the next couple of days. They need Solitude open in case someone else acts up. TSV here. Nat has asked me not to swear on her account. I apologize. Hello, everyone! So, sadly, an announcement to be made about Beat, one of our members. Found dead 112 miles from We the People main base. Beat took name from Takeshi Kitano, whose drive and self-sufficiency he wanted to emulate. He will be sorely forgotten and remembered. Hello, everyone! Exciting news! Our recruitment video will be available to view very soon. We are very proud of all our members for doing such splendid work. I'm getting out. I'm back with the gang. Sorry I'm not more talkative. TSV here. Tucker's resting. Nat and I hung out a bit. We played Clue, even though some of the cards were missing. I won because she couldn't cheat like she did with Battleship. We're just waiting for more word from Umi. No more problems with getting fed. It's just prison. TSV here. I really am sorry to everyone. No matter what, when we get out of here, I'm getting the goddamn account back. I wasted so much of my life worrying about Danyon, but that's over now. Danyon, I'll miss you. You weren't perfect, but you were a good friend, and I cared deeply for you. Maybe if things were different, we could have reconnected. But you're dead, and you're gone. Thanks for the help. You were my best friend. Goodbye. Hello, everyone. It's Danyon. The video was not good. It was my decision. A proper video will be coming soon. One that accurately reflects us. Hello, everyone. Sorry we have another dour announcement. A member, Denim, was found dead 83 miles from We the People main base. Denim was a good scout, even if he picked a foolish name. Hello, everyone. If you were interested in joining with We the People, think hardly about if you would like new names to be attached to your person. We want your expression to be of great value. Of course, we have had ridiculous and simpletons who have chosen poor names, and we would not want you to be one of them. Pick what showcases your truest self. Got another letter from Umi. Says he heard rumblings about patients partially infected with dark water. Says he wants TSV to give a blood sample. It's disgusting, but it's all we had. Hello, everyone. It's Danyon. TSV, I saw the tribute. Lovely stuff. But I am Danyon. He is me. This is who you grieve. I'm alive. Danyon's outside. I could fucking hear him talking. No way he'll open the door. He's too chicken shit to fight me. But one day he'll slip up, and it'll be over. Hello, everyone! We lost 2 more members in the night, Caden and Arnold. They will be missed. Hello, everyone! No news! Everything's going great. Hello, everyone! Sorry to see I have lied to you all. Everything is not going great. More of scouts and forgerers have been taken from us. Fyodor, Eloise, D-Book, Raijin. You will all be missed dearfully. Hello, everyone! One more note. Our fallen friends were not taken by the Strobes. Our dark water methodology is still sound and secure. They were taken by human hands. There is no genuine reason to doubt the dark water, as it is our salvation and safety in this new world. No cause or concern for the online communities. Danyon spoke to us today. We the People members are dying, and he asked us to call off any people who might be acting against We the People on our behalf. He's right. You shouldn't fight for us. You should get as far away from this place as you can. It's hell here. I wish they had just given me all the dark water. That way, I wouldn't be able to think. Hello, everyone! We have had many unfortunates in recent memory, and much unpleasantness for you all. We are in process of restructuring our treatment of guests, all for the goal of letting our most recent and most notable guests be removed from our compound and from our lives. We know this will come as much joy for you all. We plan to retain control of this account to continue to spread our assistance without negative pushback. Will you just fuck off, Tucker? You've been a thorn in my goddamn side for years, but I can't kill you. You're a coward and a child. You're a lackey. No shame in it. I was a lackey too. But I'm better now, and you're just third fiddle to a wishy-washy observer and a junior league reporter. You're nothing. You should be ashamed of yourself. We're waiting for word back from Umi about TSV's blood before we tell you all any plans we're making. And sorry for my outburst the other day. It's hard to keep a clear head through all of this. Feels like I've been in here forever. It's getting harder and harder to keep Tucker from losing it. Hello. Abdil has agreed to let me try out the account for a bit. You didn't respect him. You played him. You made jokes. You took him for a fucking fool. I am no fool. Hello. For the record, more of our soldiers are dying because they're weak and allow themselves to be stabbed or garroted. I don't think you deserve to be immortalized. The guard that delivered us the letter just gave word. Umi's been taken to the infirmary. What happened? Umi's gone. He drank some of TSV's blood and it ate him from the inside out. Hello. Umi's gone. I shudder to think you all knew his name and kept him from dying unremembered. Hello. It should go without saying that Abdil's promise to let our prisoners go has been revoked. They can rot, for all I care. TSV here, so I guess my blood is special somehow? We're planning something. TSV here. I'm sorry, I couldn't do it. I couldn't kill him. But he's gone now. Hello. Plan all you want, Mouse. Maybe if you're lucky, we will use you as test subjects for our new projects. Will that make you feel special? Hello, everyone. I am released from cell. Bad idea to give Danyon power. I'm sorry for mistake and all his incendiary remarks. We are back to good things. Hello, everyone. Please return to your cabin and stay. There was explosion 4 miles away from compound. We prepare for defense. Hello, Erin. Who released the strobe? Nat left her phone with me. She and Tucker ran. You reading this, Abdil? It's just me. Sorry, Abdil. Missed me? Time to get the fuck out of here.
It's okay. I'm gonna take you to your friends.
The three of us got out in one piece. Who the hell was that who helped me? Certainly wasn't like the rest of them, defecting or not. Guess it doesn't matter now. We're getting as far away from we the people as possible, if there's anything left of it. I'm really glad to be back, but I think I'm gonna sleep some more. TSV, signing back in. Hey everyone, I just wanted to come on here and say thanks. I haven't been the easiest person to get along with through all of this, but you all stuck by me and my friends. I'm not good at this sappy shit, but Nat said I should stop only letting the confrontational emotions out, so I'm saying this. It was scary thinking that we would never get out of there. Alright, that was good enough. I still feel properly terrible, but the headache's down to normal. Going from being around so much dark water to none does a real number on you. So our new friends took a different path from we the people. When the military was called off, these were the guys who kept fighting. Not a lot of them made it out, but with some helpful resistors and a few preppers, they've managed to keep themselves safe. Instead of dark water camouflage, they're just trained well to stay still and keep out of lines of sight. Less effective, but their eyes move when they talk, so it's an improvement. It's hard to trust new people, especially vindictive people, as noted by the siege on we the people. Not that I disagree with them at all, but they seem genuine. They'd been planning the siege for a while now. They used Abdil's notices from my account about the deaths to triangulate the location. So in that way, we kinda helped them, which is pretty cool. As for Abdil, I did what I had to do, luring the strobe to him. He was polite where Danyon wasn't, but he was dangerous. I don't love what I did, but I think it had to happen so I could keep doing this. TSV swiped Nat's phone at lunch so she can't see this. Happy birthday, kid. Every year, the day becomes foggier. Every year, the night becomes scarier. Every year, I lose track of the numbers. Every year is another year in this. N. So, to try and make me feel better, TSV shared a poem he wrote when he was in high school. It was awful, guys. Just truly terrible. He's a good friend. Hey, TSV, I don't really know how to say this, but you're not the first person we've encountered who rejected the dark water, and not the first person with blood that's become hostile to others. It's hard to say. I'm a big fan. They don't last much longer. You have 6 months to a year left if things go like they have been. I'm so sorry. From the medic in the camp. It's inconclusive, but I don't know. Nat's crying again. I don't blame her. It's time to make a difference. Sounds nice, doesn't it? I like that optimism. So far, I've been offered leeches, blood thinners, and alcohol poisoning. It's nice that they're trying. It feels good to be cared for. I was able to help out with cleaning some burners for cooking last night. I almost forgot how it felt to help with situations that didn't involve life or death. I was a domestic guy, you know. Back before everything went to shit, of course. No white picket fence or anything like that, but I kept myself in order. I fucking hate getting sentimental. This sucks. Upside of dying, this doesn't freak me out anymore. It's the forest we're camping in, right? It has to be. It's almost comforting. I have another theory. I'm listening. How partial are you to your sanity? Excuse me? You've had dark water in you for 4 years. Maybe your body can handle it without it compromising your mind forever. If you drink more, and I mean a lot more, maybe it'll stop killing you. You're fucking joking. Absolutely not. It's an idea. You don't have a lot of those. Think about it. Talk to Nat and Tucker about it. They're against it. The medic didn't even really suggest it. Just that it was a possibility. Might be the only real shot I have. I'm gonna try something. I've decided not to drink the dark water, even if it'll save me. That's no way to live. Son of a bitch. Everyone's acting very weird around me today. Usually they're trying too hard to make me feel comfortable. Obviously, it's still an improvement over We the People, but there's something up. Messed up some cleaning today. Sweat got in my eyes and the chemicals spilled. Nobody's mad or anything. They're very nice. Just weird. Why is it so damn hot today? It's October, for Christ's sake. Oh my God. Through the trees, just a little bit, I thought I saw one of the ships. Got my hands on some maps. Any hospitals nearby have been pillaged so thoroughly that we won't get to check for equipment until the ship passes over and they move on to the next one. Classified. Ship was real. Not the medic. Someone else. Can't I be done with this? Bad factions and secrets. Have I not earned a little fucking honesty? Spoke with someone at camp. We are not tainted. We are fighting back. You know what you need to know. You're free to leave at any time. Was the exact quote. Didn't get a lot of straight answers, but I got this. There's a ship whose path intersects with our camp perfectly. We're in the hot spot now. The We the People siege was on their way. A goddamn side quest. They had such an interest in my blood work because they're trying to find a way to take down the ship. They refuse to tell me anything else. The guy that helped me out of We the People got in touch today. He still had his equipment on. He's very serious. He got in my face. Told me how much he believed in what I do, and told me not to leave. It's exhausting. Stop parading yourself around. We're not going to hurt you. That's not good enough. It's all you get. Fucking military people red tape. It never gets easier. It's the same as We the People. I laid down an ultimatum. Tell me what's going on or we walk away. They told me to sit tight for a few days and then they'd tell me what I'm supposed to do to help. This is how it goes, I guess. Making the difference. Got a look at the ship today. It moves slowly, but it's getting closer. Barely anything worth photographing. It's so dark. But I've never actually seen one in person. Spoke with a medic last night when I was cross-referencing the maps. He's putting together a small expedition to go back to We the People and find some dark water infested corpses to try and see if he can learn something. Spoke with the guys and told them, we're not going to be in the path of any strobes we know about. We're not going to be close enough to find any remaining members. It's hard to not always be scared, you know? Always running. I feel like something's wrong. It's been so peaceful. I'm going to be safe. There are 5 of us going, so we'll keep an eye out for each other. But it needs to happen. Just saw Nat off. I know she'll be okay. She's always okay. Maybe she's right. Maybe we're not meant to just sit down and be content. So I volunteered to help scout out the next spot the camp's going to after this. We should be back before Nat. Only a few days. Make sure there's nothing dangerous, traps or dangerous people and all that. I thought TSV's whole difference thing would be sexier, but it's rather rote. So Tucker just left. Forests are weird when you're alone. Obviously I'm not alone, but they're not here. Finally got a straight answer about what the great plan is, or at least the next step. We're gonna take down a strobe. So we've been on the road for a couple of days. We're moving slowly to keep safe. There are only 4 of us, each with a backpack of food and some surgical tools. Surgical tools are to retrieve smaller pieces of specimens. I'm doing a lot of ignoring my reflexes here. I've been warned it's going to smell disgusting. Went through the details of the plan. We're heading out in a week. Tucker should be back by then. Not sure how long we'll be out. We have to find a strobe and not die while taking it down. Can I be honest? I'm terrified. I want to be a part of this. I want to help. I can do this again. I took down one before. I can do it again. I'm not going to die on this mission. I'm not going to die. Finally got down to normal temperatures. Heating up starts around 100 miles out, so that's how far we are from the camp. Destination is a suburb. All the homes were cleared out long before we got here. Mission is basically to spot check everything. Make sure there are no survivors, signs of strobes, or dark water infected. I have to check 4 houses today. Should be fine. But it's hard not to worry. These guys aren't talkers. They're all very professional and very boring. Which is good. It's really good. I wish I was on a mission with Tucker or TSV. So, we found a corpse. Luckily, I wasn't asked to make the retrieval. But it's been done. We have a foot. It's for science. It's for science. It's for science. I'm okay. It's not gross. It's for science. Just breathe. You're not holding it. You're just helping. Actually, I was the only one with space in my backpack. They made you hold it? Saddling Nat with holding the body parts? Who the fuck do these people think they are? She's just a kid. Like, sure she can handle it, but that's not right. Oh my god, it got on me. So, when you remove a part of someone who's been infected, the part dies really fast. Because it's dead, you know? It leaks a lot. I've thrown up 3 times. Everyone's giving me a stink eye. We sat down and they're regrouping. I said I was sorry. Backpack was pretty nice too. I was going to ask if I could keep it. I can't fucking believe they would do this to her. I know it's a lot. She'll be fine. Fuck fine. Fuck you. We are leaving as soon as we get back. We're not leaving. Why not? The whole point is to make sure we're together. And if she gets so fucking traumatized she can't deal, that's not together. She's not a kid, Tucker. I know that. I didn't mean fuck you for real. I know. We won't be here forever. But we need to help. I'm an asshole. Went to the guy leading the expedition to tell him I was heading back. Went to the house he was looking through and he was just on the floor crying. It was his sister's place, where she and his nephew died. I held him for a bit and we finished sweeping the building. So we're staying. And that's that. Plans changed. We have to carry over a full corpse, which requires all of us to hold it in our hands, without gloves. Starting to wish they asked me to go back home. So this is the equipment they wanted me to bring in case we need to get up to some blood stuff. Got everything packed up, going to rest for the weekend and then head out on Monday. The truck we're taking is really big. Hey man, I know this is scary, but you're gonna be fine. You've done this once before, you'll make it. I don't know, I have a really bad feeling about this. We're doing good work here. You believe that, right? I guess. Hold on to that. When did you start being so soft? When did you stop? They want to head out today, before Tucker gets back. Found a strobe sighting about 70 miles south of here, and they want to head out in like 30 minutes. I wanted to see him again before heading out. Hey, the Mad Joy? If things don't go well, don't go nuts or anything, okay? Heading out. I'm alive. It's done. The strobe wasn't as weak as we thought. 2 of us died. The other 4 of us are coming back tomorrow. I don't want to do this anymore. One of the guys who died, Jim, looked me in the eye and told me I gave him hope to fight. Now he's fucking dead. Post this. I don't care. I don't want to keep talking about my life, our fight. So, yeah. TSV's not doing well. That's coming home in a few hours. TSV just got back, by the way. Still not wanting to say much, but he's safe. He moved his tent to the back of the camp. Asked Nat to download a good book and text him the PDF, so at least he's doing something. TSV asked me to download another book for him. Whatever I loved. I told him I didn't read much. He looked sad to hear that. I didn't either. Trying to catch up. For the record, the book I sent TSV was The Elegance of the Hedgehog. It's a book about finding joy in life. I thought it would be helpful. I haven't been the most honest with you all. They keep coming. They're almost identical, just a bright blue sky. But it keeps happening, and I don't know why. I had the dream again. My friends lying in the snow. They were still, but this time I could see them breathing. I have no fucking clue what it means. Spoke with some of the guys from the expedition. Told them Nat and TSV still need some time before they're asked to do anything else. They understood, said they'd pass the message up. Good guys. I can't find Nat. She didn't come to breakfast and I can't find her anywhere. It's important to keep a sense of time with meals, you know? Dude, where the hell are you? Nat, seriously, you can't go off and scare me like that. You've been through a lot, you and TSV. We all need to keep each other in the loop. This isn't a joke, you know that, right? You can't just go off. This isn't a fucking bad day at school. This is life and death shit. I'm sorry, that was unfair to you. You're not a kid. You know what? It's not unfair. It's genuine. I'm worried. You worry me. You're my friend and so what? I'm supposed to not care about you? Is that what you want? I'm not trying to hide anything, so I might as well post this. You need to chill out and breathe right now. Not acceptable, dude. I'll be back soon. Just wanted to clear my head and get away from you and your new gang. Take the rest of today's meals in my tent, since you're so worried. So I was gently but firmly told that it's not acceptable for me to be out on my own. Which is fine. I get it. Whatever. I'm very much within the parameters, but this lovely gentleman has been following me for an hour. I sat down and told the details of the plan. We're going to use it as bait for the ship. The ship will lower to pick up the strobe corpse, and when it does, our men are going to strap explosives to the corpse to bring it in. And they'll detonate once the ship is fully ascended into the air. We're not sure how much we'll need, so we're using basically their entire reserve. They're experimenting on the strobe now, making sure it doesn't trigger anything that will set the plan off too early. Twitter has been a powerful resource for us survivors to stay connected through the sun vanishing and this hostile invasion. But weird things can happen. Just to be on the safe side, sign up here if you want to stay in touch with me, Nat, and Tucker. So, I've been taking a look at this corpse, and I have very weird news. The dark water in his blood, in this dead body without blood flow, is moving. Very, very, very slightly. But I've been keeping marks all over the body. I can't confirm without a microscope and a lot of equipment we don't have. But I would bet anything short of my life on this stuff being alive. I have no idea how to advise you going forward. I will keep looking. News details from the medic. So that's super fucking cool, and not horrifying in the slightest. Hey, can you stop antagonizing these guys when they check on you? They just stand there and stare at me. It's creepy. Why do you care? I asked them to keep an eye on you, and to make sure we all knew not to leave. Oh. It's not like that, Nat. I knew you weren't the happiest with me, and I just wanted to make sure you were looked after. You really don't know how to take an L, do you? I don't know what that means. I'll use words you'll understand. Fuck off. I need good news. If anyone has had experiences with other groups and things have gone well, send them my way. I need to believe that it isn't a complete and total waste of time. I was told I wouldn't be needed with any of this strobe stuff. I think they're just paranoid that there are still remaining We the People members watching my account, and don't want any information to spread outside of their dedicated messages with other factions. That said, they're going to start fully taking apart this strobe to prepare for the mission. You all deserve to know that much. We are evacuating. Everyone who wasn't on the strobe retrieval mission has been moved a couple miles south just to be safe. This is where it's getting dangerous. I wanted to stay because I was on this mission. We lost people. I need to see it through to the end. We're okay. Safe and out of range. It's already starting to cool down again. Very worried for TSV. I'm not in the room, but we're starting. I think something got activated too early. It's getting too hot. The ship isn't turning off its heat. Fuck. We're running. I don't want to die. Where is everyone? I found someone. He's dead. His eyes? Goo. It's so hot. I'm tired. I'm not dead. I'm alive. My tongue hurts. Why does everything look purple? Still alive. Passed out from heat exhaustion. The ship started to raise again as of an hour ago. So it's not so fucking hot. I can be on my legs again and get to Tucker and Nat. Why am I not dead? The dark water is a coolant in your blood? I assume they're not carbon-based, but this confirms it. I think they might be helium-based. TSV just got back. We still have most of this group alive, and the guys in charge are figuring out something else. Not the point, but TSV was so sweaty he smells absolutely disgusting, like my god. I ran to Tucker and hugged him. I'm just really glad he wasn't there to boil. It's been a minute, huh? There was a briefing today, kind of getting us all on the same page. Since We the People went down and we escaped, it's all felt so close. We were rescued, but we needed a mission. We fulfilled the big plan, and I'm the only one who made it out alive because of the thing that's killing me. There's a new guy in charge that just transferred. His name is Pierce. I don't know his first name. Everyone just calls him Commander. Ever since he got here, he made sure to establish direct contact with me immediately. He's been really understanding. He even offered to cancel the mission if I wasn't up to it. even though it'd kill him more than it'd kill me for his men to die in vain. I could see the finish line, you know? I could see us all being safe and content and knowing where the next day will take us. But we're just not fucking there. We have reason to believe that if we can lure a ship into the target zone, an infused sample of your blood delivered via ballistic missile may be enough to take one of them down. This could be our first true victory against the invaders. I have faith in you. There's a new plan from the commander. I don't know how much time I have, but I'm not going to spend it with more blood on my hands than I deserve. So, since everything happened, I've started planning schedules for the team. We all had to take on new responsibilities. And turns out, I'm good at organizing people. It's not here. The Remember album is not here. It's not on my phone anymore. I mean, what's the thing here? The Snow Dream came back. The fucking album, I don't even know if Danyon's still out there. I said all the things. It's over. I can't fucking breathe. Tucker gave me old pasta with canned peaches. I feel better. Not because of the food. It was terrible. Is this the right thing or not? What the fuck? I hate this. Are you losing your mind about the mission or about the album? Both. You know I know, right? About what? You and that a-hole? There's nothing to know. Okay. Whatever you say. What do you mean, Nat? You're scared out of your mind. You think you're gonna die, and you gotta face that. It's the only way you'll be able to do what you need to do. TSV left. I don't know where he is. I'm going to look for him. Nat's staying behind. I found him. I don't wanna talk. So let's make a spectacle of it. What's going on? You've always been better about speaking to the choir instead of to me. It's not personal. It's just easier to do it this way. Why? That's kind of insane. I'm in control with them. You know they make fun of you, like, constantly, right? Yeah, I know. But that feels a lot easier. And it's funny some of the time. He doesn't want to come back. He's not doing well. TSV took this video of us. It's a nice memory to have. All of us together, enjoying the time we've got. If I become one of those zombies like Danyon, I want you to put me down. No, I'm sorry. That's not going to happen. We don't know how this stuff is going to keep affecting me, Nat. We need to prepare for every possibility. What if I go glossy-eyed and hurt you or Tuck? What's going on? This might be the end. I'm scared. A different kind of scared I've ever felt before. A different kind of scared than I've ever felt before. And for some fucking reason, through all of this, I still think about Danyon. I can't shake the questions. What if it's still him? I see him in there, and I can't let that go, no matter what I do or say. And what if he's right? What if this whole resistance thing is pointless, and we're just gonna piss off the invaders and make them wipe us out? Do you want to call this whole thing off? No, you're not listening. Nat, I have this one shot to fix everything. One shot to finally, actually get back at them. After all this time, I feel like it's what I'm supposed to do. It feels like the reason I'm here in the first place. Who were you doing this for? The world? Everyone who's lived or died fighting to survive. You and Tucker. Everyone who I've ever loved or cared about. Didn't hear a single thing about you. This is bigger than me. I have a job to do. Okay, but don't forget what matters. You and us. We're still here. Not just surviving, but pouring drinks, dancing, and living. That counts for something. That counts for everything. I know. Just making sure you do too. Hey, Danyon. I've thought a lot about all the things I could say. I've already said a lot too. If I'd known you could have been this sort of person, our friendship would have gone very differently. I can blame the water or the end of days, but it doesn't matter. You were my best friend. I'm tired of hoping you wake up. I'm tired of wanting you to be the person you promised me you could be. Because you didn't. I didn't exactly become the person I promised you I could be either. And now, as I'm about to finally make that difference, I feel like I didn't even know you. I think I hate you. I hate everything you've stood for in my life. How you've treated me, how you took everything for granted. Took our friendship for granted. If something comes after hell, I'll see you there. I hope you never see this message. I love you. I'm gonna do this. I think I'm finally ready. It's gonna be okay. The temperature is rising. The ship is coming back around any day now. So basically, they have a small projectile explosive. Assuming the ship reacts to dark water the same way the strobes do, they're going to load the projectile with vials of my blood, shoot it at the ship's opening, and pray. I know a lot of you think this is ridiculous, and I get it. It's a long shot, based on a lot of maybes. But we don't have another option right now, and time is running out. If we can get even a drop of what's in me up there, we could see how it reacts. That's not nothing. We've got about 3 days before showtime. The plan is to do this away from our group to hopefully minimize any damage, so a few of them are heading into position later tonight. It's going to be a long shot with the ship in the air, so we have to be careful. The 3 of us are staying back and preparing to bolt if things get dicey. The group left with Pierce. I guess military people like walkies more than phones, so they left some with us. Been packing non-essentials for 2 days now, helping people get ready. Hopefully we won't have to run, but if we have to, we can. Everything important's going in the truck, so fingers crossed. Everything's packed and ready, which means our food options are even more limited, so I don't want any bullshit coming from Lost Sun News on this. Today is the day. Got word from Pierce. They're good to go in a few hours. Everyone's on edge here. God damn it. Of course it wouldn't work. It's a fucking blood missile. Why would it work? I just wanted something to fucking work. We're holding out here. Pierce and the team are staying low, just in case this mess attracts anything. I could hear the explosion from here, so this might have been a mistake. Strobes have been spotted near the missile team's location. They're leaving and telling us to meet them in a new location. They're spotting a lot of them. It's bad. We're okay here, at least for right now. But they're scared out there. There's nothing we could do. Everyone's being sent away in groups of 3 or 4. Everybody has walkies. Fuck. We're gonna be okay.
Go.
Tucker and I are okay. TSV radioed and say he's okay, but we can't find him. You don't want us to find you, do you? I'm sorry, man. You're a fucking idiot. You know that, right? I'm proud of you too. I still don't understand how all this works. But fuck them up for me, okay? You got it. I'm okay. Most of the strobes have left and are patrolling the area. The ship is slower than the strobes, but it's coming soon. I can feel it. I'm going to wait until it's higher in the sky. But I'm in it. It's fucking warm in here, but there's so much dark water I barely feel any pain. Hey kid, I think I know how to get my blood directly into the ship. I'm doing the original plan. One of the strobes died while they were all looking for us. So when the ship comes down and pulls up the dead strobe, I'm going to be holding on to it. Either the plan works, or I just buy you some time. I don't know what's going to happen, but if it does, my password is, tell Tucker I love him. Tell yourself that I love you. You two are the best friends I've ever had. Y'all keep an eye on Nat, okay? She's going to be taking care of you guys from now on, with Tucker's help. I'm pretty sure this is it. I hope you're proud of who you've become. He did it. Oh my God. It worked.
It's pretty, isn't it?
You don't sound good.
Yeah.
Where'd you fall? I'll come find you.
Nah.
Just tell me where you are.
Nah.
We're safe at home.
This void sits beneath the sea. Fault lines cracking in stereo. Maybe solitude will give him strength. Maybe his loneliness will let him breathe. And when the night is darkest, he sings. It isn't perfect. It isn't pleasant. And at last, his words have a tune.
It's nice. Hey, just hold the bucket down for as long as you can. Please just tell me you're asleep.
You can hear me. We recommend you stay inside, safe and protected from malicious forces.
We are looking for friends who believe in our ability to free ourselves.
Lying down and taking these acts of disrespect toward ourselves lately, we have been afforded a wonderful opportunity to live in harmony with creatures far greater.
Behind codes, ideologies, and false theories to enact an agenda of capture, anarchy, and genocide.
From the ashes, mightier than ever before, because we, the people, together, are going to carve out humanity's new resting ground. Anything else will be extinction.
Don't lose hope. Do not let their fear tactics win. Against all forces, we are building ways.
This is a great man who died to show us the way home. It is up to us to free everyone to ensure the future of humanity. Together, we're all going to wake up.
Resist it. We will
It's hard to know how to start, so I'm just gonna do it. My name is Nat, and a month ago, after almost 5 years of running, my friend gave his life to take down a strobe ship. Since then, our friends in Pierce's group made the call to search, clear, and set up shop in the remains of a hospital. The hope was there was some equipment their researchers and medic could use, but there's not much. Before TSV died, he gave me permission to carry on using this platform to catalog our journey and keep in contact with you all. I think that's all the housekeeping. It's scary to be back, but I guess this is what I do now. So, we're back, huh? If you all have any questions, we'll answer them over the week. Nat made me agree to keep this thing going. Also, since the ship got taken down, it got a lot colder. Not unlivable. There's still heat in the atmosphere from other parts of the world, but it fluctuates between 40 to 55 degrees Fahrenheit, depending on how far the nearest ship is. Pro tip: don't tell very serious men with guns that cuddling is a good way to keep body heat. They don't take well to it. There haven't been a lot of expeditions as of late. Tucker went on one last week to scavenge for coats and blankets in some abandoned houses, and came back with a few. Kind of funny how quickly your priorities can shift. Strobes! Right. I need to mention the strobes. Since we set up people on watch shifts, we've seen none. Since the prevailing idea is that the heating is meant to keep humans alive and ready for the picking, we think we're kind of invisible right now. I'm sure that will change as soon as there's confirmation that humans can, if uncomfortably, live in these temperatures, but we're pretty safe right now. Let me know if there are other things I'm missing. It's hard to know what's important to paint a full picture. Nat's taking the day to try and make a list of frequent repliers so she can keep track of everyone. So she asked me to tell a story about the past month. Since we got here, I've started taking more responsibility with keeping watch outside of the hospital. Since there aren't really strobes patrolling here, there's been a new threat. We're seeing Harvested slowly come out of the woodwork. That's those who looked into the red strobe light, if you all remember. Some of us had even forgotten that they were around, since we've been in more isolated areas for so long. So my job when I'm on watch is to stand around with a big gun and wait for any of them to show up. First time I saw them was tough. The other times were less tough. Nat thinks it's cruel to send me to do it, but we all have a part to play. Hey, you guys be nice to Nat, okay? She cares a lot about keeping all this account stuff running, honestly more than TSV ever did. So even if she shits the bed a couple of times, I just want everyone to be cool about it. Thanks. You don't have to ask them to be nice to me. I can handle this. You're not sleeping. That's not an answer. It absolutely is. He was my friend too, but he hid behind this responsibility when things got tough. And you're doing it too, and things aren't even tough right now. Things are always tough. Just don't lose yourself. In the music, or the moment even. Yes, Nat, you're very charming. You need any more blankets? I'll be fine. Thank you. You're welcome. Night. Night. Hello, Natalia. We're a very big fan of what your recently passed friend did, spreading advice and creative a community. Don't worry, we're not here to pretend the act of speaking to many is valuable, and attempt to imprison you in the name of influence. We found we the people's actions to be childish and short-sighted. What we want is to honor your friend, and carry on his legacy in tandem with your new tenure as TSV. We await your response. Nat showed me the text. I don't like this. I don't like it one bit. I told her to block and move on. Something about this doesn't smell right. But she's nice and not listening to me. Hello, I'm curious how you got this number. And a little worried. We figured out your area code and sent this message to every working number within the area code. The assumption was since there aren't many of us left, we could minimize false positives. This assumption was correct. What do you want from us? Forgive for what we are about to ask, but we want to know the location of TSV's sacrifice. We do not want to harm you or even come to you face to face. We just want to survey the ground to prove where TSV's remains have ended up, and if it can prove our theory about the nature of the world. What's the theory? That the end of one's life is their release from this planet. I know everybody wants us to stay safe, and the red flags are up, but we need to trust people until they give us a good enough reason not to. TSV, we were all alone for so long, and we can't be alone anymore. I know some of you are not fans of my decision to continue this conversation at all, but I need you to trust me to not put myself or my friends in danger. Hey kid, loving the confidence and putting your foot down. Seriously, I'm very proud of you. But this isn't the move. If this wasn't the move, none of us would have met. This is different. This feels different. That's not good enough for me. I'm sorry. Okay, we get it. But you need to understand that there isn't a lot of time. People will come looking for the answers we seek. You can either tell us the specifics, or we could just head into the cold spot and start looking ourselves. Your hesitation is smart, and in any other world you would be commended. But I cannot hide my frustration at this time. He's not good for you. He's paranoid. You do not get to talk about him that way. I am defending you. I am trying to work with you. Don't you dare insult him. You need to see the truth, Natalia. You don't get to decide what I need to see. We're entering the cold spot. If you won't wake up, that's no longer our problem. If you want to help, our door is always open. But we're not going to wait for you. We have a job to do. I'm worried about Nat. I hope TSV didn't screw her up permanently with all this. So Tucker's letting me sit with him on watch. Says I need to get out of my head a bit. It's quiet here. Kind of boring, but it's nice. So bored. Tucker is way better at 20 questions than I thought he would be. He's not supposed to be on his phone on watch, but he wanted me to say it's because I pick obvious things. Apparently somebody caught wind of some harvested en route. Tucker's eye is on the sights of the gun. He looks serious. I don't love it. 5 of them. 5 shots. I'll give it to Tucker. He's good at this. His face is darker. Sadder. Maybe this is what every watch shift is like. There's a 6th. A kid. Tucker's waiting to hear orders. His hand is shaking. The order came in. Not to shoot. Some of the guys on the ground are going to pick the kid up and see if he's not a direct threat. I think I saw Tucker cry a little when he heard. I think I'm going to go to bed. I don't want to be up here anymore. He's calloused. If you want us to free him from this burden, send him to the real world with TSV. We can. If you want it, that can also be arranged. But I think we both know you have much more work to do here than he does. I'm sending over the coordinates. You tricked us and sent us right into strobe territory, you bitch! We will not forget this. Don't threaten my friend. Lucid will grow and you will fucking fall. After Nat sent them to the trap, she excused herself. I know I've already said it, but be nice to her. This is a lot, and even though it needed to happen, it's never easy to send someone to their death. The wrong coordinates were smart as hell, though. Gotta give her props on that one. I did the right thing, didn't I? I might have sent people to die, but we have to be vigilant. I keep saying stuff like that, but it feels hollow and gross. I just want somebody to be worth the time. I have one person left in the entire world. Other good people have to exist, though, right? Like, Tucker's great, he's amazing, but there's gotta be other good people out there. Update. When the harvested group I saw with Tucker showed up, we found a child among them. He seems docile, so he wasn't executed, but he's been brought in and kept in captivity. He's maybe 8? So he would have been 3 when all this started. He doesn't speak any, so he doesn't have a name. He has one eye that's cloudy like a harvested, and one big brown, sweet normal eye. So they've started calling him half-crop. Some of the military guys snicker when they say it. Yeah, the mutilated child is really hilarious. He doesn't do much. He just sits on the floor in this room in the hospital basement and runs his hands over the floor constantly. I only got to see him for a couple of minutes. Anytime he so much as stands up, we have to leave the room for safety. Right now the question is if half-crop might hurt us, or if he has anything going on at all. If there's nothing, he could be a strain on resources. We haven't heard anything back from Lucid since Nat sent them off. Maybe those final messages were a death rattle. Maybe they were a threat. But either way, it seems to be the end of transmission. So that's something. If they're we the people, they have a new name. And a new goal, it seems. So, it's at least new. So, the ships have started to reorganize, adjusting to the gap. Today, that means our temperature is dropping. Like around 30 degrees Fahrenheit colder. We're stocked up on blankets and other heat sources, including some portable space heaters. But everyone's pretty worried about food. They've been using grow lights to make some sustainable food like vegetables and such. And we even have 2 chickens that lay the occasional egg. The chickens are being monitored, so hopefully they'll make it through the cold. The chickens died. There's going to be a stew tonight, and after that, no more eggs. Given the food shortage and the temperature, nobody wanted to take charge of keeping an eye on half-crop anymore, so I volunteered for that. He's quiet. It's nice to be alone with my thoughts while I'm down there. No Lucid, no we the people, no anybody. Just me. Hey, you know where I stand on the whole harvested kid thing, but you should know, people are building a case to Pierce about exiling the kid. So if you want to say a one-sided goodbye soon, you should start preparing it. Idea! Okay, so half-crop can't talk. We know that. But maybe he can write. Knows in some way what words are. If I give him my phone, maybe he can write something. Kids learn words real early, just the basic stuff, right? Dragon, Dutch, Coco, October, Crush, I'm up, I'm in, ed, as was, XX, cook, do so, do, enough, taxi, FBI, CK. I don't have a pen, but I can look for something for him to draw with. Yeah, maybe that'll be better. Or even pictures. He could talk through drawings. Multiple people have said pictures. Maybe he thought he was drawing on the phone screen. Phones do that slide on the keyboard to make a word thing. He's just scratching at the floor. His hands are starting to get bloody, and he's just smearing the blood around with one finger. So that's disturbing. I don't think he's eaten in a couple of days. Got stopped by one of the resistance guys on my way back from watching Half-Crop. He made it very clear that Half-Crop and I are disposable cargo, to use his exact words. So, that was a lovely interaction. What was his name? Kyle, I think? Okay. He won't be bothering you anymore. Why? What did you do? I got suspended from watch shifts for the weekend. But even when Kyle is recovered, he won't be allowed to be anywhere near you or the kid. So a couple of you guys mentioned that maybe Half-Crop was trying to draw something. I found a piece of paper to give to him. Maybe he can trace what he's trying to draw with his finger, and I can figure it out. So, He understood the paper. He clawed at his own skin until it bled and used the blood to try and draw. I don't know what he's drawing, but he gave me back this. I asked around to see if anybody had a pencil or anything, but they don't. It's something, though, right? If he can communicate, that's a human thing. Then he'll be all right. This looks like clouds and a ship. It kinda does. I know we all have a lot of theories. I hope if I can find a proper writing utensil, we can have a clearer image. But if it's a ship, I honestly don't know what it means. This shows he's trying to say something. It can also show he has fine motor functions, meaning he can pick up a weapon and use it. This is how they're thinking right now. I'm sorry, but this isn't good enough. What if I found an actual writing utensil? He doesn't seem to get phones, but he gets paper. I can get a pencil or something. That's so dangerous. They wouldn't let you run out for a pencil right now. But they'd let me look for food? And maybe I just happen to find a pencil? Please, please don't do this. I have a watch shift. I can't go with you. I'll be okay. I'll be back in 2 days, and then nobody can say you and I are useless, right? Headed out from the base this morning. They've already sent their professional scouts out, so nobody's expecting anything from me. I'm not trained with firearms, so they gave me a knife for protection. Trying to think of it as nice and not condescending. Oh. Oh, no. So I'm going to grab this and get back to base. This is bad. This is really, really bad. There's a pencil in the box, though. Hey, it's Tucker. Just to update, we have confirmed that We the People was recently in the area. They're back. I don't know who's heading it, but they're using the same name. They were located out of an abandoned supermarket, but they seem to have recently left. Some of the guys cleared the place last night. Nat's a little shaken up by everything, obviously. But even though it was from We the People, there were a lot of sealed cans of non-perishables. And it'll keep us going for a while. She bought the harvested kit a lot more time. Do you ever think about your first few days after the change? All the time. Why? I've just been thinking about my family. Thinking about Flynn. Thinking about how much easier it was to let go of the people who died quickly. My family died fast. It's awful. But I didn't have to be the one to kill them. I'm really sorry, Tuck. I'm just saying, even though someone might be a threat, it doesn't mean it's not scary. And you shouldn't feel bad about that fight or flight instinct. Good. Because I'm going to feel bad about it for a few days. Better than me. I felt bad about it for a few years. You're already crushing my record. Don't try to make me smile. I'm not trying anything. I'm succeeding. Hey, can you bring the drawing stuff down to half crop? I can't be in there right now, looking at his cloudy eye. Of course. Consider it done. We got it. Proof of life. Hey, they're doing a vote about HC next week. You need to prepare what you're going to say. Okay, thanks. Pro tip. Remember the radio broadcast? Yeah. The advice we gave was for people to stay inside, safe, and protected from malicious forces. Throw that one back in their face if you're losing. Honor and consistency are a hell of a combo to military guys. You're gonna vote to keep him around, right? Yeah, I'll vote to keep him around. Thank you, Tucker. Seriously, thank you. You got it. We took the vote the other day and it was close, but Half Crop gets to stay for a while. Most of the people voting to keep him around were civilians. Me and Nat and the medic in the camp. Nat was so happy she started to cry. It was nice. Like those old stories of kids making $100 at a lemonade stand to pay for medical bills. Just seeing people be proud of themselves. I can't thank you enough, Tuck. Thank you. Now I guess the next step is seeing what else Half Crop can draw. The medic's doing some tests on him today. But when I'm on watch, I'll tell Half Crop a bit about Tucker and me and see if anything strikes inspiration. If it works, we can keep building communication. I want to talk about TSV, about Tucker, about the last 5 years. Maybe it's selfish, but it'd be nice just to tell someone about it all. And at least I know he won't interrupt. So, I got a drawing back from Half Crop. I showed it to Tucker before posting it, but it's of him and his old friend Flynn. I guess this is a story Half Crop really liked, weirdly enough. Tucker's okay. He asked to be alone with it for a while, but I don't think he was mad. I don't even know why I mentioned that as part of the story. It just came out when I was talking. I apologized to Tucker a lot, but he said it was fine. I still feel really bad. After all Tucker's done for us. I just hope he didn't take it the wrong way. Tucker volunteered to watch Half Crop this morning, and I walked by and heard him talking. It was really sweet. He just said, "Thank you for not making me look like a monster." Okay, I think we have a small problem. There's someone coming up to the base. Not a harvested. They're moving too erratically. Fuck. One of our guys went out to talk to him, and while the new guy was talking, he spat up some dark water. This is a We the People member. About an hour ago, a member of the new We the People showed up. He was let in. Tucker and a lot of other people are watching like hawks right now to see if this is a trap. I'm sitting with Half Crop, trying not to panic. He's just sitting, not even knowing that things are really scary right now. The We the People guy just walked out of the front door, led out by Pierce. They shook hands. Pierce spoke with all of us. This new We the People offered food in exchange for peace, and Pierce said yes. Some of us are obviously quite angry with this, but it happened. I haven't been able to sleep much, with the cold and Half Crop and all the drama. This is just another wrench thrown into everything. If I fall asleep, what if We the People comes, and there's more of them than we thought, and they take over and keep us locked up again? That I can't let that happen. I could deal with one person being difficult and dangerous, but I can't deal with We the People being fully back. I can't deal with us just letting them be here. The food was a threat, right? It had to be a threat. We got a lot more food from the We the People scout today. It's enough to keep us going for a couple of weeks, if we ration properly. I let everyone else eat. I couldn't. I don't know if it's safe. Nobody had any problems with the food. There wasn't anything tainted or poisoned or off. I had a few saltines. They were still in the packaging. It was so good. I'm sorry, but they were delicious. Pierce spoke with me today. He had a letter from me. He had a letter for me from the We the People Scout. Here's what it said, edited to fix spelling and grammatical mistakes. Hello, Nat. We want to prove that our past indiscretions do not reflect who we are now. How you and your friends, but you especially, were treated was an abject horror. We do not expect trust, but we hope to one day earn it. Our first gift was to prove our intention. Our subsequent gifts are to prove our consistency. While we are on opposite ideological sides of this battle, there is no reason to resort to cruelty and force. As the world changes, we must change with it. Our door and our hospitality is always open to you and any of your associates. After the awful actions of our former head of communications, we want to rebuild and go about our journey of survival and coexistence in a new, enlightened way. We thank you for the opportunity to do so. With regards, We the People, new and improved. This sounds like a YouTuber apology video script. LOL. Today has been a stressful, weird day. This is the joke that was the best at making me forget how scared I am. Thank you, Joseph. This We the People Scout has been coming every day for almost a week now. Never stays the night, but always shows up with a bag of some sort and then leaves a few hours later without it. It's keeping us fed and safe while we weather the cold spot. Nat's not sleeping. I'm not sleeping. He just left again. I asked around to see if he had a name. He does. Samir. I was finishing up watching Half Crop when I ran into the We the People Scout, Samir. He was being escorted around by the medic. He spoke to me, and his voice was dark and wet, and he was coughing up the stuff. Even though I didn't get close, I could smell the smell of the stuff. The smell is subtle, but you don't forget that stuff. It's just not fair. It's not fair at all. The only time I can get my mind off of everything is when I'm sitting with Half Crop. We need to figure out that new name. But I can't, because the freaking medic is watching and running tests. How many tests does he need to run anyway? We did all of this to keep this kid safe, to make sure he was fed and healthy and could heal, and they're going to give him the stuff that killed TSV. Am I losing my mind? What kind of doctor? What sort of Hippocratic oath? The stuff clouds you. It hurts you. Does he think just because TSV could handle being a little too warm, it's a superpower? It's not. I know this. He doesn't know it. I know it. So, last night, Samir came back a second time. I decided to walk around and I overheard him talking with the medic and Pierce. The medic wants to give Half Crop some dark water and see how he'll react. The sun vanished. Samir's back. Go to Half Crop right now. I tried to block the medic from taking Half Crop. He dodged my questions and just walked right past me. The Mad Joy, do something. So, update for everyone. Tucker went to stop the medic from injecting Half Crop with dark water. There was a struggle, and the medic got hurt. Pretty badly. The assistant medic is taking care of him now in the infirmary. He's gonna live, but he got messed up. Tucker is detained. He doesn't have his phone or anything. Half Crop is back in his room, and we're only allowed to watch him in teams of 2 to prevent unnecessary emotional attachment. I think Pierce's big worry was that Samir would take this personally and go back on our deal, but that hasn't happened. Apparently, if it had, Tucker would have been kicked out completely. I want so badly to feel bad, to feel like Tucker did the wrong thing. I don't. I got this picture from Half Crop today. He understands everything. From Tucker. This sucks. I'm fine. I don't regret anything. Everyone should just go about their days and be normal. So, it's good that he's not losing what makes him Tucker. So, to distract myself, I wanted to do something. We've talked about Half Crop needing a proper name. I want to put it to a vote. Here are my favorite suggestions so far. It's been a bit since Tucker's been putting grown-up time out. It's lonely not having him around. Some days I get to bring him food. Some days I get to bring him his food for the day, though. So that's fun. I've been spending every day sitting with Theseus, formerly known as Half Crop, telling stories, going through our old videos and tweets, letting him draw whatever he wants. It's not always the most coherent stuff. I'm only showing off what Tucker called a splash page, which I think is when a picture is big and takes up a whole piece of paper. It's like a portfolio. I used to worry so much about making a journalism portfolio when I had to think about college. I had some good stuff in there. I mean, good for a kid, but still, it had potential. Is it my fault that Tucker's locked up again? Tucker only gave a crap about Theseus because of me. I know he flies off the handle. I should have been more careful and not added any more allegiances. I'm sorry, Tuck. I'm really sorry. Whoa, sorry about that. Had one of the old school TSV self-pity tweets. I'm genuinely okay. It all just got the better of me for a bit. No disrespect meant to TSV. I'm pretty sure he would have found that funny. Today, when I was sitting with Theseus, Samir came and wanted to talk. He kept his distance, which was decent of him. And he apologized for giving Dr. Kevins the dark water. He claims he didn't realize Theseus was the child I was watching. And while we the people is still monitoring this account, he doesn't have an interest in it. I don't believe him, but it was nice to be apologized to. It was also nice to not forgive him, not even a little bit. That felt really good. I offered to take Tucker his food again, but was told I wasn't allowed to. Pierce is going to today. I hope everything's alright. I felt a lot of things in my time on this earth, and I have never felt anything worse than being indebted to we the fucking people. Resistance Prison is a hell of a lot better than We the People Prison. I'll give them that. Nobody's trying to pump anybody full of poison, the food's less terrible, and there's less of a sinking feeling of oncoming death. So yeah, the better of my 2 prison experiences. Sat with Theseus today with Tucker. He drew this from the video of TSV's sacrifice. I think it's really good for Tucker to see how we're perceived, that we're all doing some real good, and helping people where we can. Seems every day I'm not on watch shifts or hanging out with Tucker, this drippy a-hole finds a way to try to talk to me. You want to know what it was today? I hope we can be allies in the future. I can make sure no resistance harms you or your friends. Like, I'm sorry. You're trying to pit me against the people who saved us from we the people the last time? Textbook manipulation. I don't even care that Tucker got locked up for doing what was right. These are still the good guys. We are with the good guys. I'm spending too much time looking at the replies. I'm sorry. I'm getting riled up. Still only eating the food that's come in packaging. The fresh stuff is too vulnerable. But it looks so good. You ever added extra salt to a saltine? It'll make you question your priorities. Is it horrible to want for something else crazy to happen? When Tucker was away or that lucid person was texting me, I could focus on that. Now, everything is simple, and I have so much time to just think. All anybody can talk about is how good everything is right now. How thankful they are that Samir came in and saved us. I like seeing everybody happy, I really do. But I feel a little crazy right now, still having my guard up. I haven't had a watch shift for Theseus in 2 days. I need to schedule one. It always calms me down to see him. So I saw Theseus, not at his cell. One of the other civilians doing watch shifts held his hand and walked him to me. I guess the worry about him being a threat is over, and he can walk around with us. Not that I'm not excited, it's just weird. Seeing him trotting along down the halls. It's really sweet, actually. He walks with purpose. Theseus mostly hangs out in my room. Sometimes he'll walk around a bit to stretch his legs. This is good. It's good that he's not cooped up. But having a scheduled time to sit with him gave me a lot of structure. How much have you been sleeping? 833 minutes so far this week. You're getting antsy again, kid. I know there are good reasons to be worried, but you're starting to spook me a little. I'll sleep when I'm not in survival mode. I don't think we're in survival mode right now. Shit. Nat's asleep right now, thank God. But Dr. Kevins is healed enough that he can start walking around again. I was told not to engage with him. I'm sure he was told the exact same thing. I'm gonna tell Nat as soon as she wakes up, but she doesn't need another thing to stress her out. Things are genuinely okay right now. We have food. Everyone is less tense. I even tried some of the fresh food that Samir sent over. It was really good. Better than even the best stuff the Resistance guys were making. You did what? What the hell is wrong with you? You just went to sleep. Why are you awake? I have notifications on for when you tweet, obviously. So Tucker and I talked, and he said all the food we the people have sent appears to be completely safe. So I tried some. I had a single bite of a tomato slice, and I immediately felt a lot better. Not in a poisoned way, in a deprived of food way. I think I've been a little paranoid and a little snippy. And I'm sorry to you all. Obviously, this calm period is uniquely stressful. But I'm not very good with calm periods regardless. Even when we were in the We the People cell and stuck doing nothing, I had things to stress over, plans to make. Now I just feel stuck. And the medic's around again. I guess I'm happy he's okay as long as he doesn't try anything with Theseus again. Sleep debt is a real thing, everyone. I tried as best as I could to rest up this weekend, but I still feel just completely exhausted. Or maybe it's just that whenever Samir shows up, I find myself in a terrible mood. This was today's nugget of friendship. I don't want you to close yourself off to the possibility that I'm actually trying to help you. What does that even mean? It's not like I think Samir is a bad person, but with everything I've gone through, they have a way of walking, and I hear it and can't help but tense up. Their feet sloshing around on the floor, leaving a little puddle behind them if they're not careful. Not a pleasant sound. I still don't trust that the medic gets to sit at the table with everyone and eat like he's not a monster. Why did you pull me away from dinner last night? You just kept staring at Kevin's. It was fucking weird. Because he's an attempted murderer? I know that better than you do. I got my ass handed to me because of how well I know that. But we have to be cool, be collected. I don't know how you can even say that. Because the people here do not like us, Nat. And that's my fault. And I'm sorry for making things worse. I truly am. But we can't both be flying off the handle and being weird. I lost my chance, and again, I'm sorry. But you need to be the composed one right now. Because your little Darkwater secret admirer can only pull so many strings before there aren't any left. You going to say anything? Nat? I'm sorry, none of this is your fault. Obviously, I didn't mean it like that. There are threats all around. And I'm not being uncomposed when I say that. I'm being honest. Just woke up from a nap. It's loud outside. Need to see what's going on. At least I know it doesn't involve Half-Crop this time. He's in my room drawing. One of many. There's this message on my phone. It's from the same number the Lucid text came from. Something's happening in the main hall. Oh my god. The medic is dead. Dr. Kevins has been killed inside the Resistance base. We were all ordered back to our rooms to stay the night. Only approved personnel could be around right now. I talked to Tucker. He's in his room. And Half-Crop is in here with me. Dr. Kevins was killed. Drowned in dark water. This is not good. People are going to think Tucker did this. Half-Crop finished what he's been drawing the past day and a half. He saw this happen. He knows. Hey everyone, it's Tucker. As you all noticed, Nat started forgetting things the last time she talked to you all, being kind of disoriented. Turns out all the stress and lack of sleep killed her immune system, and she got pretty sick. Human sick. Normal sick. No signs of dark water poisoning or anything, but her fever was high and she wasn't the most aware. Sorry for not reaching out sooner. Theseus and I have spent basically every day by her side, and she's finally starting to get better. I wanted to give you all updates on everything that's been going on. As you know, the medic who attempted to experiment on Theseus, Dr. Kevins, was found dead, drowned in dark water. I was under suspicion for a while, but was cleared since I was in my room at the time. I reached out to the number of this Lucid person and tried to get answers from them, but they played coy for a while. We only want to talk to Natalia, and things like that. It's not even her full name, it's Natalie. She's not a Russian spy. Eventually they understood, and agreed to send someone in secret to meet with Pierce and give the information they know. Nobody knows if it's a trap or if they're just lying. But we're in our rooms waiting for them to arrive, meet, and leave. Their stipulations. Hi everyone, it's me again. It's Nat. Tucker was kind enough to fill you all in yesterday. But I wanted to let you all know I'm okay. Tucker's going to the general meeting to get updates on what Pierce learned last night, and I'm sure he'll fill you guys in. Nat, you need to get in here right now. So Lucid knew one thing: why the medic wanted to experiment with dark water. On their way out, they left papers explaining that Pierce wants to recreate TSV's sacrifice by pumping more people full of the poison and turning them into weapons. It's a madhouse here. Theseus, Tucker, and I got out of the mess and let everyone yell their hearts out, but it's bad. We're not going to stay here much longer. Everyone's been brought to the meeting room. There's news. Everyone's very, very jumpy. They found who killed Dr. Kevins, some low-level guy I'd only seen in passing. Wanted to get a jump start on this recreation project, so he'd been stealing dark water. They killed him. The room went completely silent. I don't know if they would have turned their guns on us if we made a fuss, but nobody wanted to try. Tucker came to talk to me and Theseus. We're leaving tomorrow morning. We're on the move now. Slipped out without being seen, running about as fast as we can. We'll update more when we can. We're all safe. We stole a car, getting as far away as we can. I feel terrible that we couldn't stay. I wanted to stay, but it's just not safe anymore. I'm sorry we had to go so fast. I feel like there are a lot of questions left unanswered. Tucker's driving now, and while we're no longer in the cold spot, we're keeping an eye out for strobes. So fire away with any questions. Jeez, Theseus has been drawing in the back seat, and he just finished this. I'm glad he didn't see more of the Resistance's execution, but I don't know. I hope it's not weighing on him too much. Tucker found some colored pencils about a week ago, and apparently was saving them as a surprise. And I think he was right that this journey was the right time. We're not being careless about this. We're avoiding cities and basically any lights we see. But in the distance, as we were driving, I could have sworn I saw a strobe. Everything's been peaceful for so long, you forget how fucking scary they are. At a resting point, Tucker's sleeping. I'm keeping an eye out, gonna be back on the move in a few minutes. I didn't see the strobe he was talking about, but it really rattled him. For as much trouble as we made back at the base, at least we didn't have to think about this. That courage, it's a muscle, you know? You have to train it and get ready to think about facing this horrible thing. Feels like 5 years ago, just wandering around hoping not to die. Time to scrounge. We're on the outskirts of a city. I told Tucker to wait with Theseus in the car and keep an eye on everything. It's going to be hard adjusting to exclusively canned crap again. I shouldn't have held off on Samir's food for as long as I did. I wonder if anything bad happened to him after we left. Not that I really care, but I don't think I'd want him dead. Nat, I see strobe lights. We're going to circle and get to a safer place. It's about half a click away. The strobe Tucker saw in the distance was a broken streetlight, by the way. Not a strobe. Jackpot. We found a house 30 minutes from any city. We might be staying here for a while. Tucker, the beautiful genius that he is, nabbed one of the grow lights and a few seed bags on our way out. Gotta find a power source, but we're going to be okay. Been setting everything up in the new place, and I found Theseus's sketch page from when he was getting questioned while I was out being all sick and feverish. Just kinda cool to see how he conceptualizes the questions he was asked. I wish we had a fridge I could pin all the pictures to. TSV would have liked to see this. Us being safe. I know we were safe at the base, but Nat wasn't happy. It would bother her constantly. I don't think she showed you all a tenth of what she was feeling. Hopefully this can be better. I wonder if it would have worked though, pumping a bunch of people full of dark water and turning them into human nukes. Not saying it's right, but I don't even know if you can recreate exactly what happened to TSV. Biologically or genetically or whatever. For those curious, the house we found is kind of like a small farmhouse, miles away from anything else. It's a good place to be free from strobes, and the harvests seem to pop up much more often in cold spots, so I'm feeling good about this. As good as I can, at least. We have a problem. Tucker's asleep, and his phone buzzed. I saw this message from an unknown number. Send over your coordinates, so we can check up on you and Natalie if need be, and our deal will be complete. New text. Hello, Natalie. We'll save you the trouble of trying to remember Tucker's passcode. It's lucid. Another one. See, one of our inside men found out about the good doctor's plan and alerted Tucker. This was a good few weeks back, right when he got out of his timeout in the resistance camp. In exchange for finding a fall guy for him, so full of the water he wouldn't remember what had happened, Tucker would keep us aware of where you two end up. If it's any consolation, killing the medic was the only true course of action. The boy would have ended up dead. He said he would tell you when things were safe. We're sorry for robbing him of a chance for honesty, but things never work out so smoothly, do they? I don't know what to do. I'm scared. An innocent person died, and I had to see it, and Theseus had to see it. Shit, I just woke up and I can't find Nat or Theseus anywhere. I just saw her tweets. Nat, if you can see this, I'm sorry. Please text me. Please be okay. I won't be responding to any replies to this post. I'm sorry. Tucker, I don't trust you right now. Theseus and I are safe. I get why you did what you felt was best to protect us. But you killed someone and got another guy executed for it. Until I'm ready to come back, you'll get one message from me a day, letting you know I'm alive. You'll respond in kind so I'll know you're alive. Okay? Yeah, that's fine. Good. I found this going through the stuff Nat and Theseus left behind. I guess we talked about the resistance plan so much that this is how he made sense of it. He's really talented. Alive. Alive. I don't want to send a picture of the text from Nat every day. It depresses me. Until I say otherwise, the texts keep coming, okay? Does that work for everyone? I think I'm going to take a break from being TSV for now. I'm not great at it, am I? I did my best, but I wouldn't consider myself an all-star at it. Right now, I'm just going to be Nat, and take care of this sweet little artist drawing at my feet as I type this. Maybe one day I'll be good enough at being me that I can try being TSV again, when nobody's going to get shot because I'm exhausted or sick or panicking. Not TSV signing off. Just Nat, logging off for a bit. And that was The Sun Vanished, up to the current point. So let me kind of explain. The story's gone on a temporary hiatus. It's hard to say how long it's going to take, but I know that the original creator and the other creators involved, they're all kind of doing other separate things at the moment. These things happen, nothing wrong with that. I think it's important we credit the people properly. So we'll go over the creator of The Sun Vanished. This is Theo Wish. They have a Twitter page. They've also got a website here. I'll pop all the links down in the description below, where you can support them on Ko-fi. Ko-fi, I don't know how you pronounce it. They've also got a YouTube channel that they wanted me to mention, which, by the way, has a couple of Sun Vanished things on there. Hint, hint. But they're also working on an animated horror web series coming up, Meek. So we'll definitely be keeping an eye out for that. Next up is the writer for The Sun Vanished. This is Davy Peppers. They got a Twitter page here as well, and they also have their own proper website. Yet again, I'll pop all the links in the description below. They also appear in the story as a character Danyon. I know, quite cool, right? Quite cool. And last but not least, we have Go-Go of 555 Comic. We've got the Twitter page here as well. And then, if you remember, at the one point in the story, they were talking about how to keep up with the characters, going through a specific website, which is this website. Pretty cool stuff. Yet again, all the links will be in the description below. I just thought it was appropriate that we go through it properly. Thank you all so very much. But let's go ahead and dissect and talk about The Sun Vanished. So I'm going to go ahead and break it down kind of part by part, because I think it's going to be a little easier for everybody to digest. And it's going to fit really well when this goes in the big mega video as well. So, part 1. Right, the first hour that we covered, the first year, you kind of had the introduction of the scenario, right? And our main character, TSV, we don't ever learn their true name, but it's just good that we'll go by TSV. And obviously, they're the first account that really starts narrating this whole situation, showing us pictures, videos, all this chaos and chaotic things that have happened. The fact that the sun is disappeared or gone or whatever. But clearly, as time goes on, yeah, things get kind of cold and other spots are hot and things. You slowly kind of unravel what really is going on. Because obviously the sun actually hasn't vanished because, then eventually an entire ice age would happen. I mean, you're talking about like a big manner of cosmic problems that would go on. So obviously that's not exactly what's happened. It's more like there's been a blockade, really, of almost like a veil covering of the planet in a sort of sense. Or maybe it's just like because I don't really remember if they were able to see stars or anything like that. I think they maybe can, but it's not always very established because it's not really a big thing they're trying to do is look at the skies and stuff like that. Anyway, so obviously TSV is our main character we get introduced to. We see a lot of pretty much the entire story revolves around them and their exploits, which is really cool. And that there's a lot of really good storytelling elements. There's obviously the best friend, quote unquote, character Danyon, which we get introduced to quite early on, and you can't tell if you should trust him or not. I love the fact there's a level of interactivity with the Twitter people and everything. There's a lot of really fun things that go into it, right? There's a lot of creativity. There's a lot of just world building. There's a lot of great storytelling. There's so much really brilliant things that go in this. Like good video, good images, tons of fun. We also get introduced to Tucker and to Nat. Oh, excuse me. And obviously they also bring their own kind of perspective in the situation. They've got their own quests, their own problems, but they all interact with each other in a way. And luckily, we get the capability of being able to see that. But according to a lot of things online, including the official Discord and a variety of different websites and stuff, they're basically the main characters, right? They are the cruxes that we're following. They're the important characters. There's a variety of little spin-offy things and cameos and goofiness and replies, reposts, people trying to get into the story and everything like that. There's tons of that, as will happen in these things. But those are the three main ones that we're following. And so yeah, we get introduced to all of them. We kind of learn a little bit about their backstories and the situation going on and everything. But for the most part, it's just kind of try to survive, try to get on with other people, figure out what's really going on. You get introduced to the strobes, headlights, flickers, whatever you want to call them, and you learn a couple little things. Nothing too intensely amazing to learn right away. It's more just survival instinct, right? Survival, figure out the situations we're in, learn what we can, do what we can to not die. That's the first year. A lot of establishing things, a lot of creation of the world. Really, really good. Really fantastic foundation. A lot of good stuff in there. Part 2 is kind of it's more of a continuation, but then it's also a lot more of establishing the threats, right? Which is obviously that there's the idea that there's ships. There's obviously the strobes seem to have like some kind of, I'm not going to call it sentience, but they clearly have an understanding of how things are. There's the idea of the fact that there's patrol routes that are being used by these ships and the strobes, and we also understand that there's this kind of group. This I mean, you could call them a resistance group, freedom fighters, whatever you want to call them, but they're a little twisted, a little dark in the head. We the people. Obviously, then you've also got people who get very exposed to dark water that kind of change their demeanors, and a lot of them kind of go crazy or whatever. It's really interesting, and some of them also were like, oh my god, yeah, because of that, I could see the sun again, and there's tons of madness that goes on. You get a lot of really cool little story stuff that happens, like Tucker goes to find Nat. Obviously, you learn the stuff about what happened with Nat's past and everything with the mom and the dad and everything. Really, really interesting. They ended up linking up and they kind of stick together as a unit for the most part. Basically like a brother-sister type situation. I mean, yeah, other people might say otherwise, but it's like, yeah, no. Don't make it weird. But they have their own wacky fun adventures. They also have spats, as people do, because obviously you're in an apocalypse scenario, aren't you? I mean, not everything's going to be, rational. Not everything's going to make sense. You're going to have disputes and irritations and fights and stuff. These things happen. But the good news is nobody important dies, which is great. And obviously Danyon is back after he's had his little disappearance time, and he's part of We the People, and he's trying to pull TSV and the rest of them kind of into the group and basically have control over them, which because they want the account, because the account has a big sway over people and they want to reach as many people as possible, get them all under the umbrella of We the People. Really cool establishing stuff. And so a lot of good fun story stuff there. Part 3, it gets a little bit more like interesting, right? Because Because the agreement is we the people have the account. They have that main TSV account. TSV uses the other two Twitter accounts of Tucker and Nat for the time being, and just kind of deal with it. And it's basically, okay, you live with us. You will do what we say. You're kind of prisoners, but we're not going to call you that. But you are prisoners because you don't really get to do anything. You don't really have the luxuries or freedoms to do stuff. But you can still tweet. You can still tweet. That's fine. Just just so the story continues going is why that's going on. And obviously, you kind of quickly learn that we the people, maybe they're not such nice guys. Maybe they are kind of demented, a little twisted in the head. Maybe they got some issues. Hard to say, but that's my guess. And obviously, a lot of people have arguments and fights. Tucker likes to get himself in a lot of trouble. Many times gets himself into a different solitary situation. More than once, I believe, and it's quite funny. It's quite funny, but it's a lot more of establishing kind of what we the people is, the people involved with that. They got like goofy nicknames and stuff if they want it. They try to establish what we the people kind of is, or at least this one portion of we the people. I'm not sure if it's bigger than that. It feels like it's meant to be bigger than just this little cluster that they're at, and it could be because like there's a part where you go into a city and there's like graffiti basically everywhere about we the people and stuff. Interesting, really interesting. Hard to say if there's more of them. Could be, could not be. Hard to say. But inevitably, things go wrong. Nothing is great. They decide, no, we gotta leave. So obviously they have quite a nice little scuffle. The strobe gets stuck on one of the dudes. Things go bad. The dudes escape. They get the account back. Everything's all hunky dory. They got rescued by this other resistance group, which don't really have a name. We're just going to call them like ex-military dudes because kind of later on you kind of see their military garb and everything. You're like, oh, okay, maybe they're just, other military resistance fighters who aren't we the people. Cool, great. The good news is they're a little more clued in. They got a little bit more understanding, I would say, in their heads about the fact like people got to stay rational, people got to be smart, we got to work together, blah, blah, blah. And basically, their idea is, we need to utilize all the tools we got. We need to figure out everything we can about what we're dealing with in the situation, and we need to see if we can even remotely fight back. Which is interesting, because they're not talking about fighting other people. They're not worried about other people, because they could deal with people. They can't deal with a threat they don't understand. A threat that has shut down governments, countries, worlds, other military segments. It's the point is, like, whatever this invasionary force is, it is an invasion, but we don't know what they're trying to do, why. It just feels like, I mean, if you ask me, it's almost like, that there are ships, there are strobes. That's the most we understand. We also know that there's dark water, which we don't know if that was brought because of them. It just kind of started happening. Does it work against them? Hard to say. Like, I mean, the fact that strobes are like reflective sensitive, like there's a lot of really bizarre rules that kind of get established, but we sadly never learn enough about like the alien invaders, which is a bit of a shame. But I think this is more like the dealing with the people part, and then slowly getting back to the more alien based stuff. So it takes a little bit of while to kind of really start getting back into the alien side of things, because ultimately that's how this all started, was some kind of bizarre alien invasion thing that shut down governments and countries and militaries and basically silenced the whole world in a sense. And it's interesting, but then it just kind of becomes a bunch of side stories off of that, Anyway, so we're still in part 3. The government, not the government, the military guys have an idea. They're like, okay, well, let's try to get a strobe. We wanna get a strobe. We're gonna plant him with like explosives and stuff, and we're gonna get him to be picked up by a ship because we believe that they recover the injured ones, the killed ones, whatever. And then when the body full of explosives is on the ship, they're gonna detonate it and blow it up from the inside. And it's like, well, that's quite an idea. Okay, cool. A couple of things kind of go wrong. The plan didn't fully work, but somehow TSV has ended up on the ship, right? That's crazy. So you're like, oh, well, maybe we'll get a little bit of like stuff about the aliens and learn a little bit more about them and stuff. And you're like, oh, okay, that's cool. And so he detonates the stuff inside the ship, blows everything up. Oh my God, they took out a ship. It's amazing. Let's not even get into the blood missile thing. Yet again, really silly. Sounds like a very Castlevania thing. Not important. Didn't work. Irrelevant. let's talk about the good shit. A ship gets taken down at the end of part 3, and it's like, there's a way to fight back, and it's working. Oh my god, but here's where I'm a little disappointed. The alien stuff kind of stops there again for a little while, and it's like, you took out a ship, and you telling me they didn't, like, check out the wreckage? They didn't investigate? We couldn't see, like, alien bodies? Maybe there's some anatomy, some biology, dissecting, maybe there's some understanding about stuff. Just, it's almost like it didn't happen again, which is a shame. Because with part 4 is interesting. They're still kind of with the military guys there. I think they're like at an abandoned hospital, if I remember right. And they basically taken over the place. They're, yet again, trying to survive the best they can. TSV's out of the picture, but Nat has taken over TSV's account. That's why throughout the entire story at the moment, it says Nat, TSV, the son vanished, because it's Nat running the account now. But she's been given permission by TSV before he died that this is what the situation was going to be, because the story's got to keep on going. And Tucker, still does what he does, reluctantly goes along with it, has arguments and fights with people. Pretty great dynamic. Another big dynamic I like is the fact that Nat is more reasonable with people. She did a lot of broadcasting of people's stories and sharing people's experiences, and she was more open to interacting with people. Whereas TSV, not so much. He did it where he had to, and Tucker, also the same, does it where he has to, usually fights people. He's more of a muscle, but I love that about his character. He has no issue being like, oh, yeah, don't worry about him. I'll take him out. he just fights people. Anyway, so part 4, we've established that Nat and Tucker, they've survived. They're in this hospital with everybody. And there's these harvested people, right? Which is interesting. Another little kind of dimension and definition dynamic going on. And usually they're kind of a threat, so some of them get taken out. But one of them is a kid, and he's not quite maybe a full harvested. He's maybe kind of halfway, as is described with his features. And even though a lot of the people at this base not really comfortable with this potentially harvested child around, but Nat's like defending him, being like, look, maybe we can get some words out of him. Maybe we can understand what's going on through his head. Maybe he's got more firsthand accounts. He's had to deal with these kind of creatures and stuff. Maybe we can learn more. And it's good that she continues to defend Half Crop. Hilarious, really goofy name. Because eventually we get some really, really awesome drawings. Right? So cool. And I'm sitting there like, ooh, this is nice. This is a nice touch. You get a little bit more of what's going on through drawings. That's quite fun. And he's very good. The art is really, really good. And luckily they end up changing the name of Half Crop to Theseus. And inevitably people kind of just deal with the fact that Theseus is probably not a threat. He seems to be mostly a kid with doesn't really like talking to people, which is fine. Potentially might not be able to talk. It could be that. I can't remember. But it's cool. It's cool that the dynamic is kind of always changing. But then we have another problem. You got like a little segment of Lucid. They're kind of a problem. Not really a problem. Just feels like another We the People clone. Doesn't really work out very well for them. But they weirdly don't fully die. Right? They weirdly don't fully die. Because We the People are still a thing. Lucid feel like they're just an offshoot of them. They're kind of something else. I don't know if they're properly affiliated with them or not. They've got kind of a same thing going on. Hard to say. Hard to say until the very end. But we'll get to that. Because obviously the regular We the People, the ones who like consuming dark water and being just crazy and stuff, they're trying to make amends for all the bad stuff that's happened and all the fighting and things. And we're going to give you food and we just want to be friends. And hey, we want to potentially experiment with that creepy child you got. It's a lot of fun story stuff. It's a lot of like, ooh, really dark and twisted and horrific things and everything. A murder ends up happening. They blame Tucker because Tucker likes to fight people and he's had arguments with this. Well, he's had a fist fight with this guy before. Things don't go very well. They decide to escape. And inevitably, while Tucker's asleep at one point, Nat discovers through his phone, because buzzing notifications, you can see some stuff on it, that he's been in contact with somebody who ended up kind of help prove that Tucker didn't kill this dude. But he actually did. Tucker did kill this dude. Which is, it's a nice little twist. It's a nice little twist. And it's interesting because it's like, oh, his password is Lucid, and you're like, oh my god, so he's affiliated with these guys, he's struck a deal with them, and blah blah blah, and you're like, oh, that's crazy. And so yet again, Nat leaves with Theseus, try to keep away from Tucker. They're all isolated again and stuff. And, oh, this is really cool. And then sadly, the story has to go on hiatus from there. It is a shame, but I mean, I do understand. I totally understand. I mean, I know I've got my own projects that may or may not ever, fully see the light of day. These things happen. I totally get it. Whether it be financial or creative problems or, lack of resources. I totally get it. Totally get it. But we got to give credit where credit is due. This story has taken place over years. It's taken years to do, and it is incredibly good. It is very impressive. It is very, very impressive. There's a lot of great pictures, videos, a variety of story accounts. A lot of good creative thoughts have gone into this. It is very impressive. It is very, very impressive. I can definitely see why it is probably the top-rated Twitter ARG story. I mean, obviously you got other ones that are really good too, but I could definitely see why this has always been heavily requested. I mean, it is like I knew quite a bit about The Sun Vanished. I'd probably known the first year or two of its story, but I never really checked out the full thing up to its current point anyway. Because I don't really, I mean, people probably have done videos on them, and I just haven't seen them, which is fine. It happens, you don't see everything, but it's definitely worth it. It's definitely worth covering, and if it ever comes back, if it ever continues, you best believe we're covering it. We will be there. I mean, what's not to love? What a fantastic story. A fantastic story. I mean, yeah, is it perfect? No, of course. There, there's some little niggles here and there. There's certain things, and I feel like it gets a bit sidetracked to parts, and things get a bit random and stuff like that. But overall, it's very creative. It's very dedicated. I mean, tons of people love it, and I totally get it. I mean, I'm a fan. I'm absolutely a fan. And like I keep rambling, we'll definitely keep at it when it comes back. Oh, I feel like I've expanded all the air in my lungs. I gotta have a lie down. I feel like an old man now. Oh man. Anyway, I'll shut up. This has been Nate at Night. I have thoroughly enjoyed bringing you this story up to its current point, and I sure hope you have too. And hey, creators, keep me in the loop, huh? Or if you ever need some creative help, let me know. Take care, everybody. Thank you so much to my YouTube members and Patreon members for all the love and support. It's thanks to people like you that we can keep growing.